Hey guys, tonight we begin a journey into one of history's most bizarre obsessions, a time when a glimpse of a woman's ankle could spark scandal, destroy reputations, and even end engagements. Imagine living in a world where showing a bit of skin below your shin was considered more shocking than a modern-day wardrobe malfunction at the Oscars. For over a century, women navigated this absurd reality. And tonight, we're uncovering the shocking, hilarious, and surprisingly dark truth behind the ankle panic that gripped society. Now, before we step into this fascinating world together, I'd love it if you could help this channel grow. If you're enjoying these stories, hit that subscribe button and give this video a like, but only if it truly resonates with you. And hey, I'm curious, where are you watching from right now? Your bedroom? A cozy corner somewhere? Drop a comment and let me know. Your thoughts mean the world to me. Alright, dim those lights, get comfortable, maybe turn on a fan for that gentle background hum, and let's dive into tonight's story together. Picture this. London, 1867. A warm summer afternoon. The streets are bustling with horse-drawn carriages, street vendors calling out their wares, and well-dressed ladies strolling through Hyde Park. Among them is a young woman named Margaret, 22 years old, from a respectable middle-class family, engaged to be married in just 3 months. She's wearing the typical fashion of the day, a heavy crinoline skirt that reaches the ground, layers upon layers of petticoats, a tightly laced corset, and of course, boots that cover her feet completely. But here's where things take a turn. As Margaret steps up onto the curb to cross the street, a sudden gust of wind catches her skirt. For just a fraction of a second, maybe 2-3 seconds at most, her ankle is exposed. Not her entire leg, not even her calf, just her ankle. You might think, so what? Big deal. But in that moment, Margaret's life changed forever. 3 women nearby gasped audibly. One clutched her chest as if she'd witnessed a murder. A gentleman passing by quickly averted his eyes, his face flushing red with what society called proper embarrassment. And most devastatingly, one of those witnesses happened to be her fiancé's mother, who was returning from the haberdashery across the street. Within 2 days, Margaret's engagement was called off. Her fiancé's family deemed her unsuitable and lacking in modesty. The whispers spread through her social circle like wildfire. At church that Sunday, several families refused to sit near hers. Invitations to tea parties stopped arriving. Margaret, through no fault of her own except a gust of wind, had become what Victorians called damaged goods. Now, you might be thinking this sounds like something out of a satirical novel, right? Like someone made this up to mock the Victorian era. But here's the thing, this wasn't fiction. This was reality for millions of women across Britain, America, and much of Europe for nearly 100 years. The ankle obsession didn't just appear out of nowhere. It was part of a much larger cultural phenomenon that historians now call the cult of female modesty. And to understand why ankles became the forbidden fruit of the 19th century, we need to go back a bit further. Let's rewind to the late 1700s. During the Georgian era, women's fashion was actually quite different. Dresses were lighter, hemlines occasionally rose to mid-calf, and society was relatively relaxed about women's legs. But then something shifted dramatically around the 1830s. Right as Queen Victoria ascended to the throne in Britain, suddenly, a new moral panic swept across the Western world. The Victorian era brought with it an obsession with purity and propriety that bordered on the pathological, and women's bodies became the primary battleground for this moral crusade. The reasoning, if you can call it that, went something like this. Women were supposedly delicate, pure creatures who needed protection from the crude, animalistic urges of men, and if a woman showed too much skin, any skin really, She was essentially inviting improper thoughts and behavior. But here's where it gets truly bizarre. The Victorians developed this incredibly detailed hierarchy of which body parts were acceptable to see and which weren't. Your hands? Fine, as long as they were gloved in public. Your face and neck? Acceptable. Your collarbone? Pushing it, but okay in evening wear. Your ankle? Absolutely scandalous. Your calf? Might as well be walking around topless. Dr. William Acton, a prominent Victorian physician, actually published medical texts claiming that the sight of a woman's ankle could cause men to lose control of their faculties. He wrote, and I'm paraphrasing here, that exposing the lower leg would inflame the passions to a degree that no gentleman could reasonably be expected to resist. As if men were just wild animals waiting to pounce at the first glimpse of a fibula. This wasn't just one doctor's eccentric opinion either. This was mainstream medical and moral teaching. Etiquette books of the era dedicated entire chapters to the proper coverage of ankles. One popular guidebook from 1848, the Ladies' Book of Etiquette and Manual of Politeness, instructed women to ensure their skirts touch the ground at all times, even when walking upstairs. The book specifically warned that a lady who allows her ankle to be seen is advertising her availability and loose morals. Think about that for a second. Walking upstairs, something you do multiple times a day, and you had to make sure your floor-length skirt didn't rise even an inch, or you risked being labeled immoral. The fashion industry, of course, capitalized on this moral panic. Dresses became heavier and longer. By the 1850s and 60s, the average woman's dress weighed between 15 and 30 pounds. That's like wearing a toddler on your body all day, every day. These massive crinolines, the cage-like structures under skirts, could span up to 6 feet in diameter. Women literally couldn't fit through doorways without turning sideways. And here's something that rarely gets talked about. This obsession with covering ankles was actively dangerous. There are documented cases of women dying because their heavy floor-length skirts caught fire from candles or fireplace embers. In one tragic incident in 1858, a young woman named Emily Anderson died when her crinoline brushed against a parlor candle. The entire dress went up in flames in seconds, and the heavy fabric made it nearly impossible for her to remove it quickly enough. But did society respond by saying, "Hey, maybe these ridiculously long heavy skirts are a safety hazard"? Of course not. Instead, they invented fireproof crinolines, treated with chemicals that often cause skin rashes and respiratory problems. The solution to a problem caused by modesty rules was more complicated, modesty-preserving inventions. The ankle panic extended beyond just everyday life, too. It invaded every aspect of women's existence. At the beach, women were required to wear full-length bathing costumes that we'll talk about more later in our journey tonight. But even in the water, showing an ankle was considered indecent. Special bathing machines, basically wooden changing rooms on wheels, were rolled into the ocean so women could enter the water without anyone seeing their legs. In photography, which would be becoming popular in the mid-1800s, women were instructed to sit in specific poses that absolutely guaranteed no ankle exposure. Portrait photographers kept special draping cloths on hand to cover any accidental gaps between a woman's skirt and the floor. Some photography studios even had modesty assistants, whose sole job was to arrange fabric to ensure complete leg coverage. The theater world faced similar restrictions. Actresses were forbidden from wearing anything that showed their ankles, even when playing male roles that required pants. This led to the invention of dress trousers, essentially loose, skirt-like pants that maintained the illusion of modesty while technically being masculine attire. But perhaps the most telling aspect of the ankle obsession was how it revealed the deep anxiety Victorian society had about female sexuality. See, Ankles weren't actually inherently sexual or provocative. They were sexualized because they were forbidden. It's the classic forbidden fruit phenomenon. By making ankles taboo, society created the very problem it claimed to be preventing. Women understood this paradox, even if they couldn't speak about it openly. In their private letters and diaries, sources that historians have only recently begun to fully explore, many women expressed frustration, confusion, and even amusement at the ankle rules. One diary entry from 1871, written by a woman named Charlotte Pemberton, says, "Today I tripped on my hem and nearly fell into the fishmonger's stall. For a brief moment my boot was visible. 3 ladies tutted at me as if I'd committed murder, yet not one asked if I was injured. What strange times we live in, where a boot is more offensive than indifference to another's suffering." There's something both heartbreaking and darkly funny about that entry, isn't there? A woman nearly injures herself because of impractical clothing designed to hide her ankles, and the social response is to shame her for the visibility rather than question the absurd fashion that caused the near accident in the first place. The economic implications of the ankle obsession were staggering too. The textile industry boomed because women needed so much fabric for these enormous skirts. A single dress could require 20 to 30 yards of material. For middle-class and wealthy families, maintaining a proper wardrobe for their daughters and wives was a significant expense. And for working-class women, the pressure to maintain modesty while also needing to work created impossible contradictions. Factory workers, for instance, were expected to maintain the same modesty standards as wealthy ladies, but their work environments made this nearly impossible. Long skirts would get caught in machinery, leading to serious injuries and deaths. Some progressive factory owners allowed women to slightly shorten their skirts for safety, but this often resulted in public outcry and accusations that the factories were promoting immorality. Servants face similar challenges. Imagine being a housemaid, climbing up and down stairs all day, scrubbing floors, carrying heavy loads, all while ensuring your floor-length skirt never, ever rose high enough to show your ankle. It was exhausting and frankly absurd. Now, here's where the story gets a little more hopeful. Women didn't just passively accept these ridiculous rules. Throughout the Victorian era, there were rebels, women who pushed back against the ankle obsession in clever and sometimes subtle ways. The rational dress movement began in the 1850s and gained momentum over the following decades. Women like Amelia Bloomer advocated for practical clothing that allowed freedom of movement. Bloomer famously promoted loose trousers worn under a knee-length skirt, an outfit that seems incredibly modest by today's standards, but was considered absolutely scandalous at the time. She received death threats. Newspapers published vicious cartoons mocking her. Clergy members denounced her from pulpits, but she persisted. And so did thousands of other women who were tired of being prisoners to absurd fashion rules. By the 1890s, the bicycle craze began to change things too. Bicycles offered women unprecedented mobility and freedom, but you simply couldn't ride a bicycle in a floor-length crinoline. Women who wanted to cycle began wearing shorter skirts or even bloomers, and despite the initial outrage, society gradually began to accept this, because bicycles were seen as healthy and modern. It's fascinating how technology sometimes forces social change in ways that moral arguments alone can't achieve. The bicycle did more for revealing women's ankles than decades of rational dress advocacy. The early 1900s brought World War I, and with it, a dramatic shift. Women entered the workforce in unprecedented numbers, taking on roles previously reserved for men. They needed practical clothing. Hemlines rose to mid-calf, then to the knee. And you know what happened? Society didn't collapse. Men didn't lose their minds en masse. Life went on. Looking back at the ankle panic now, it seems ridiculous. and it is ridiculous. But it's also important to understand that the women who lived through this weren't fools. They were trapped in a system that punished deviation and rewarded conformity. A woman like Margaret, whose engagement was broken over a gust of wind, wasn't weak or silly. She was a victim of a society that valued the appearance of female purity over women's actual well-being, safety, and autonomy. The ankle obsession was never really about ankles. It was about control. It was about limiting women's mobility, both literally and socially. It was about enforcing a strict hierarchy where women's bodies were constantly monitored, judged, and restricted. And here's something worth thinking about as we get comfortable here tonight. While we've obviously made tremendous progress since the Victorian era, are we really that far removed from these attitudes? We still police women's clothing in schools, workplaces, and public spaces. We still have debates about hemlines and necklines being distracting or inappropriate. The language has changed, but some of the underlying assumptions about women's bodies being inherently problematic or provocative persist. The ankle apocalypse of the Victorian era is a reminder of how arbitrary and absurd social rules can become when we don't question them. It's a reminder that tradition isn't always wise, and propriety can sometimes be a mask for oppression. As we close this first chapter of our journey tonight, take a moment to appreciate the freedom you have, the freedom to wear what you want, to move how you want, to show your ankles without fear of social ruin. It's a freedom that women fought hard for, often facing ridicule, ostracism, and worse. But the ankle story is just the beginning. Because if you think the ankle rules were absurd, wait until you hear about what happened when women tried to speak at dinner parties. The silent dinner rule was perhaps even more suffocating than the fashion restrictions, and the consequences for breaking it could be just as devastating. In just a moment, we'll explore how women were literally silenced at their own tables, treated as decorative objects rather than human beings with thoughts and opinions worth hearing. Trust me, this next part will make you grateful for every conversation you've ever had over a meal. So we've talked about ankles being scandalous. Now let's talk about something even more fundamental that was taken away from women: their voices. Imagine you're invited to an elegant dinner party. The table is beautifully set with fine china, crystal glasses catching the candlelight, and the aroma of roasted meats and fresh bread filling the air. You're seated among a dozen guests. Interesting, accomplished people. The conversation is about to begin, and you have thoughts, opinions, insights to share. But there's just one problem. You're a woman, and you're not allowed to speak unless a man speaks to you first. This wasn't just a suggestion. This was an ironclad rule of etiquette that governed dinner tables across Europe and America for generations. And the women who broke this rule, they paid dearly for it. Let me introduce you to someone who learned this lesson the hard way. Her name was Elizabeth Cavendish, and in 1823, at the age of 19, she attended her first formal dinner party at a nobleman's estate in Hampshire, England. Elizabeth was well educated, fluent in 3 languages, an accomplished pianist, and blessed, or perhaps cursed, with a naturally curious mind and an enthusiasm for conversation. The dinner began as it always did. The men seated themselves first, then the women. Servants brought course after course. The gentleman to Elizabeth's left began discussing the recent political developments in Parliament. He made a factual error. Nothing major, just a small mix-up about which committee had proposed a certain bill. Elizabeth knew the correct information. She'd read about it extensively in her father's newspapers, and in what seemed like a helpful gesture she politely corrected him. "Pardon me, sir, but I believe it was actually the Finance Committee, not the Trade Committee, that proposed that measure." The table went silent. Every fork paused mid-air. The gentleman turned to her with an expression somewhere between shock and disgust. The hostess seated at the far end of the table visibly paled. Elizabeth had committed what society considered a grave offense. She'd spoken to a gentleman without being addressed first, and worse, she'd contradicted him in public. The dinner continued, but Elizabeth was effectively frozen out. No one directed conversation to her for the remainder of the meal. When the ladies withdrew to the drawing room afterward, a custom we'll explore more deeply as our night continues, the older women took her aside and scolded her severely. Her mother was mortified. Word of Elizabeth's forwardness spread through social circles, and for the next 2 seasons she received significantly fewer invitations to events. Several potential suitors who had shown interest suddenly became unavailable, all because she spoke when she wasn't supposed to. Now, you might be wondering, where did this insane rule come from? What twisted logic convinced society that women shouldn't be allowed to initiate conversation at their own dinner tables? The roots go back surprisingly far. Medieval banquet etiquette already established hierarchies of speech. Servants couldn't speak to nobility without permission. Children couldn't speak to adults unbidden. But the specific silencing of women intensified during the Renaissance and reached its peak in the Georgian and Victorian eras. The reasoning, documented in countless etiquette manuals from the period, was built on several deeply flawed assumptions. First, there was the idea that women's minds were naturally inferior and their opinions less valuable. An etiquette book from 1774 called The Polite Lady explicitly states, "A woman's thoughts are like children, charming in their innocence but requiring the guidance and correction of masculine wisdom before being shared in company." Can you imagine reading that and being told to accept it as truth about yourself? Second, there was this pervasive belief that a woman who spoke boldly or initiated conversation was displaying unwomanly assertiveness that would make her unmarriageable. The ideal Victorian woman was described in one 1845 conduct manual as a gentle listener, a responsive echoes, never an originator of discourse. Not even an originator of conversation, just an echo. Think about how dehumanizing that is. Third, and perhaps most insidiously, the dinner table silence was part of a larger system of control. If women couldn't speak freely in social settings, they couldn't share ideas, form alliances, or develop the kind of social capital that comes from being recognized as an interesting, intelligent conversationalist. The practical rules around dinner conversation were incredibly specific and suffocating. Let me walk you through what a woman had to navigate at every formal meal. Rule 1. Wait to be addressed. A woman could not begin a conversation with any gentleman at the table unless he spoke to her first. This included her own husband in formal settings. Rule 2. Respond briefly and modestly. If a gentleman did address you, your response should be concise, deferential, and ideally include some form of agreement with whatever he'd said. Disagreeing, even politely, was considered argumentative. Rule 3. Never interrupt. If a man was speaking, you absolutely could not interject, even if he was taking forever to make a point or had wandered completely off topic. Women were expected to wait in silence, maintaining an expression of interested attentiveness. Rule 4. Defer to male expertise. On any topic of substance, politics, business, science, current events, women were expected to acknowledge male authority. Even if you are more knowledgeable about a subject, you couldn't demonstrate that knowledge in a way that might overshadow a man. Rule 5. Avoid controversial topics. Women were discouraged from discussing anything that might lead to passionate debate. Politics, religion, money, and social issues were all off limits. Instead, women were expected to make pleasant small talk about weather, fashion, music, or innocuous domestic matters. Here's what's particularly maddening about these rules. They created a self-fulfilling prophecy. Society claimed women's conversation was less interesting and substantial than men's, then created rules that prevented women from developing or displaying conversational skills, then used women's resulting silence or superficial small talk as evidence that women's minds were indeed inferior. The enforcement of these rules was often brutal in its subtlety. There weren't dinner-table police arresting women for speaking out of turn. Instead, the punishment was social death by 1,000 cuts. A woman who spoke too freely might find herself the subject of gossip. Other women, desperate to protect their own reputations, would distance themselves from her. Hostesses would stop inviting her to events. Men would avoid her, seeing her as difficult or unladylike. For unmarried women, this could mean the difference between a good marriage and spinsterhood. For married women, it could mean social isolation and embarrassment for their husbands. There's a heartbreaking letter from 1852, written by a woman named Catherine Walsh to her sister, that illustrates this perfectly. Catherine had been married for 3 years to a merchant. She wrote, "Last evening at the Hendersons' dinner, I made the grave error of expressing an opinion about the new railway expansion before Mr. Henderson had offered his own thoughts. My husband did not speak to me the entire carriage ride home. This morning, he informed me I have embarrassed him and shall not attend the next gathering. I feel I am disappearing piece by piece, until there will be nothing left but a silent shadow. I want you to sit with that for a moment. A grown woman, intelligent and capable, being made to feel that she's disappearing because she dared to have and express an opinion." The dinner table silence rule had particularly devastating effects on women's intellectual development. Think about it. Dinner parties and social gatherings were where ideas were exchanged, where people debated current events, where professional connections were made, and business opportunities discussed. By excluding women from meaningful participation in these conversations, society effectively locked them out of intellectual and professional networks. Some women found clever workarounds. There are records of women who became masters of the meaningful glance and the strategic question. Instead of stating their own opinions directly, they would ask carefully crafted questions that led men to the conclusions they wanted discussed. It was a form of intellectual puppeteering, getting ideas into the conversation without technically violating the rules. One woman, a salon hostess named Harriet Martineau in the 1830s, became famous for this technique. She would host dinners where she supposedly sat quietly, occasionally asking innocent-seeming questions. But those questions were so precisely formulated that they would spark exactly the debates and discussions she wanted to facilitate. She was conducting the conversation like an orchestra, but she had to pretend she was just a spectator. Other women noticed and began adopting similar strategies. But here's the thing, even clever workarounds required accepting the fundamental injustice of the system. Women shouldn't have had to manipulate conversations from the shadows. They should have been able to participate openly and equally. The children at these dinners absorbed these lessons too. Young girls watched their mothers and older sisters sitting in virtual silence, speaking only when spoken to, and they learned that this was their future. Boys watched their fathers dominate conversations and learned that male voices mattered more. These dinner table dynamics weren't just affecting one generation, they were perpetuating gender hierarchies into the next. There were, of course, exceptions and rebels. Certain aristocratic women, particularly widows who had inherited wealth, and thus had some social independence, could get away with more conversational freedom. Women like Lady Mary Wortley Montagu in the 18th century, or George Sand in the 19th century, defied conventions and faced intense criticism for it, but their wealth and status provided some protection. But for the average middle-class or upper-middle-class woman, the dinner table silence was absolute, and it extended beyond just formal dinners. The expectation carried over into nearly all mixed-gender social situations. At balls, during social calls, even at family gatherings, women were expected to be responsive rather than initiatory in conversation. The medical establishment, predictably, backed up these social rules with pseudo-scientific nonsense. Some Victorian doctors claim that too much intellectual conversation could damage women's delicate constitutions. There was a genuine belief in some medical circles that using one's brain too strenuously could divert blood flow away from the reproductive organs and cause infertility. I know, it sounds like something out of a dark comedy. But women were told this by authority figures, by doctors, by their own families. And if you heard this message your entire life, from everyone around you, wouldn't part of you start to believe it? The economic angle is worth considering too. Women's silence at dinner tables reinforced their economic dependence on men. If you couldn't participate in conversations about business, finance, or professional opportunities, you couldn't develop the knowledge or connections to support yourself financially. The dinner table silence helped ensure that women remained economically reliant on fathers, then husbands, then sons. But let's talk about the moments when the system cracked, because despite all these rules and all this pressure, women's voices couldn't be completely suppressed. There's a wonderful and wonderfully rebellious account from an 1868 dinner party in Boston. A group of women involved in the early suffrage movement were invited to a dinner hosted by a progressive-minded couple. The hostess, intentionally defying convention, encouraged the women to speak freely. The male guests, many of whom considered themselves supporters of women's rights, were nonetheless visibly uncomfortable when the women began initiating topics, debating politics, and disagreeing with points the men made. One of the women present, Lucy Stone, noted in her journal that several of the men, despite their stated support for equality, kept trying to redirect the conversation back to appropriate topics for ladies. When the women persisted in discussing voting rights and legal reforms, some of the men simply fell silent, unable to reconcile their theoretical support for women's equality with the reality of women actually exercising equal conversational rights. This tells us something important. Even people who intellectually believed in equality struggled to accept it in practice when it disrupted comfortable social hierarchies. The turn of the 20th century began to shift things. Women's clubs and societies gave women spaces to develop their public speaking and conversational skills among themselves. The suffrage movement required women to speak in public, to debate, to argue forcefully for their rights. And gradually, the rigid dinner table silence rules began to erode. World War I accelerated this change, as it did with so many social conventions. With men away at war, women took on new roles and responsibilities that required decisive speech and leadership. The idea that women should sit silently waiting to be addressed began to seem not just outdated but actively ridiculous. By the 1920s, the new generation of women, the flappers, the modern girls, openly mocked the old conversation rules. They spoke when they wanted to speak. They debated. They argued. They initiated conversations without waiting for male permission. And while they faced backlash from traditionalists, society was changing too rapidly for the old rules to fully reassert themselves. But here's what I want you to think about as we sit here together tonight. How much of that silence still echoes in our world? Studies even today show that women are interrupted more frequently than men in professional meetings. Women are often perceived as aggressive or bossy, for the same assertive communication styles that make men seem like natural leaders. Girls are still sometimes taught to be polite listeners in ways that boys aren't. The formal rule of don't speak until spoken to is gone, yes. But the underlying assumptions that men's voices matter more, that women who speak boldly are somehow transgressive, those assumptions still linger in subtle ways. The silent dinner table of the Victorian era seems like ancient history. But every time a woman in a meeting gets talked over, every time a girl is told she talks too much when she's just enthusiastic, every time a woman has to modulate her voice or soften her language to avoid being called difficult, that's an echo of those old rules. And recognizing those echoes is the first step to finally silencing them for good. As we move forward tonight, keep in mind just how much women were expected to suppress. Their voices at dinner, their ankles in public. But wait until you hear about what happened when a woman simply fainted. Because in our next part, we're going to explore one of the most bizarre etiquette requirements of all. The expectation that women would strategically faint on purpose, and how this supposedly delicate behavior was actually required social performance. Trust me, the corset conspiracy is about to get very, very strange. Here's something that sounds completely made up but is absolutely real. There was a time when women were expected to faint. Not accidentally, not because they were actually ill, but strategically, as a display of proper femininity and delicate sensibility. And the tool that helped make this possible, a corset, that seemingly innocent piece of undergarment, was actually a torture device that women were forced to wear from childhood, often causing permanent organ damage, broken ribs, and yes, regular fainting spells that society somehow decided were signs of virtue rather than distress. Let me take you back to Paris, 1851. A young woman named Amélie Rousseau is getting dressed for an opera performance. She's 17 years old, excited about the evening ahead. Her lady's maid begins the lacing process. The corset goes around Amelie's torso, and then the pulling begins. Tighter, tighter. Amélie gasps. She can barely breathe. The maid continues pulling. This isn't cruelty. This is routine. Amelie's waist naturally measures 24 inches. By the time the maid finishes, it's been compressed to 18 inches. 6 inches of her body squeezed into an unnatural shape by whalebone stays and steel boning. Amélie descends the stairs carefully, taking shallow breaths because deep ones are impossible. At the opera house, she sits in her family's box seat. The performance is beautiful, but Amélie can't fully enjoy it. She feels dizzy. The room seems to tilt. And then, about halfway through the second act, everything goes black. She faints. Her mother doesn't panic. The other women in nearby boxes barely react. This is expected. Normal even. When Amélie comes to, smelling salts held under her nose, her mother actually seems pleased. Later that evening, she tells Amélie, "You fainted so gracefully, dear." The young Monsieur Dubois noticed. Such displays of delicacy are attractive to refined gentlemen. Amélie had just experienced oxygen deprivation severe enough to cause unconsciousness, and her mother was congratulating her. This wasn't an isolated incident. This was systematic, and it gets so much stranger from here. The corset as we know it evolved from earlier body-shaping garments, but it reached its most extreme and dangerous form during the Victorian era. By the mid-1800s, the ideal feminine silhouette required an impossibly tiny waist. The wasp waist was the beauty standard. We're talking waist measurements that would make modern fashion models look robust by comparison. Fashion magazines of the era regularly featured illustrations of women with waists so small, they looked physically impossible. And you know what? They were impossible for a normally proportioned adult human body. But that didn't stop society from demanding women achieve these proportions anyway. Here's where it gets truly dark. Girls as young as 3 or 4 years old were put into training corsets. Yes, you heard that right. Toddlers. The idea was to train the body while it was still developing, to mold the rib cage and organs into the desired shape before the bones fully hardened. An 1859 medical journal from London documented the practice, noting with concern, but not outright condemnation, mind you, that young girls were being encouraged to embrace the corset as early as possible to ensure the proper feminine form. The same journal described examining teenage girls whose rib system permanently deformed, whose livers had been displaced, and whose reproductive organs had been compressed. And yet, the practice continued. The medical consequences of tight lacing, that's what they called extreme corset compression, were absolutely horrific. Let me walk you through what happened to a woman's body when she wore a tightly laced corset for hours every day, year after year. First, the ribs. The lower ribs are somewhat flexible, which is why they could be compressed at all. But constant pressure would cause them to deform permanently, sometimes even fracturing. Museum collections today contain corsets with visible bloodstains on the interior, evidence of broken ribs puncturing skin. Second, the organs. Your liver, stomach, intestines, they all need space. When you compress the torso by 6, 7, even 8 inches, those organs have to go somewhere. They get pushed upward and downward, displaced from their natural positions. This caused chronic digestive problems, liver damage, and reproductive issues. Third, breathing. This is the part that caused the fainting. A tightly laced corset made deep breathing impossible. Women could only take shallow breaths from the upper chest. This meant reduced oxygen intake, and reduced oxygen meant dizziness, weakness, and frequent fainting. But here's the truly insidious part. Society took these symptoms of physical trauma and reframed them as evidence of superior feminine delicacy. A woman who fainted easily was seen as more refined, more sensitive, more feminine than a woman who remained sturdy and upright. Medical texts from the period actually described fainting as a natural feminine response to strong emotion or stimulation. They weren't acknowledging that the fainting was caused by oxygen deprivation from artificial body compression. They were calling it an inherent trait of womanhood. There's a particularly revealing quote from an 1867 etiquette manual called The Young Lady's Friend that states, "A lady of true refinement will exhibit a becoming fragility of constitution. She should be subject to occasional faintness, as this demonstrates the exquisite sensitivity of her nervous system and the purity of her nature." Read that again. Passing out from lack of oxygen was considered proof of purity, and women were actually taught how to faint properly. Yes, there were lessons. The graceful feint was a skill young ladies were expected to master. You couldn't just collapse like a sack of potatoes. That would be undignified. No, you had to sway slightly, place a hand to your forehead, and then descend in a controlled, elegant manner, preferably into the arms of a nearby gentleman. Some women became such experts at strategic fainting that they could do it on cue. Feeling bored at a social gathering? Faint. Want to exit an awkward conversation? Faint. Need male attention or sympathy? Faint. It's almost funny in how manipulative it was, except it was built on a foundation of actual physical suffering. The fashion industry, of course, profited enormously from this system. Corset manufacturers were everywhere. By the 1880s, it was a multi-million-dollar international industry. Some companies advertised corsets that could reduce your waist by up to 10 inches. They marketed these as health products, claiming they provided support and promoted good posture. The reality? They were selling organ damage and oxygen deprivation. And if you think the corset industry would admit any health concerns, think again. When doctors began publishing studies about the dangers of tight lacing in the 1870s and 1880s, the industry fought back hard. They funded their own research, claiming corsets were actually beneficial. They had celebrity endorsements, famous actresses and socialites who swore by their corsets. Does this sound familiar? It's the same playbook used by tobacco companies in the 20th century, by food industries today. Create a profitable product, ignore the health consequences, fund favorable research, discredit critics. But the human cost was staggering. Women suffered chronic pain that they were expected to endure silently because complaining would be unladylike. They developed serious medical conditions that doctors of the era didn't fully understand or couldn't treat. There's a heartbreaking diary entry from 1873, written by a woman named Sarah Hale. She was 28 years old, married, and had been wearing tightly laced corsets since age 12. She wrote, "I have not taken a full breath in 16 years. Sometimes I dream I am running through a meadow, breathing deeply, and I wake up gasping in my corset. I wonder if this is what my whole life will be. A slow suffocation that everyone pretends is beauty." That's not poetry. That's a woman describing her lived reality. The psychological impact of this constant physical restriction shouldn't be underestimated either. Imagine spending your entire life unable to breathe fully, unable to move freely, in constant discomfort. How would that affect your mental state, your sense of yourself? Some historians argue that the corset was one of the most effective tools of patriarchal control ever invented, because it quite literally restricted women's physical capacity. You can't run in a corset, you can't fight, you can't do physically demanding work. You become dependent on others for tasks that require strength or endurance. And because women were told from childhood that corsets were necessary, that going without one was improper and shameful, many women internalized this restriction. They policed themselves and each other. There are accounts of women who, even when alone in their own homes, felt uncomfortable removing their corsets. The physical restriction had become psychological. The cage was so ingrained that even when the door was unlocked, they couldn't walk through it. But not all women accepted this quietly. Throughout the 19th century, there were voices of resistance. Dr. Mary Walker, one of the first female physicians in America and a Medal of Honor recipient, absolutely refused to wear corsets. She wore men's-style trousers and loose-fitting clothing, and she was arrested multiple times for impersonating a man and violating dress codes. But she persisted, arguing that women's health required freedom from restrictive clothing. The dress reform movement of the 1850s through 1890s specifically targeted the corset as dangerous and unnecessary. Women like Amelia Bloomer, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and others advocated for rational dress that allowed natural movement and breathing. They were mocked mercilessly. Newspapers ran vicious cartoons depicting dress reformers as ugly, masculine, and undesirable. The message was clear: reject the corset and you reject femininity itself. But these women kept fighting. They published pamphlets detailing the medical horrors of tight lacing. They gave lectures. They wore reform dress themselves and refused to be shamed for it. And slowly, very slowly, things began to change. The bicycle craze of the 1890s, yes, bicycles again, those wonderful agents of social change, made corsets increasingly impractical. Women who wanted to cycle needed to breathe fully and move freely. Some women began wearing lighter, less restrictive corsets for cycling, and discovered how much better they felt. The early 1900s brought the arts and crafts movement and Art Nouveau, which celebrated more natural flowing forms in art and design. This aesthetic shift influenced fashion. The S-bend corset briefly replaced the wasp waist style, but it created its own health problems. World War I delivered the final blow, with women entering factories and doing physical labor for the war effort. Corsets became impossible. You couldn't build munitions or drive ambulances or work in fields while wearing a device that prevented you from breathing or bending. The French designer Paul Poiret is often credited with liberating women from corsets in the 1910s. But let's be clear, women were already liberating themselves. Poiret just made it fashionable. By the 1920s, the flapper era had arrived, with its straight, boyish silhouettes that required no waist compression at all. The corset industry didn't disappear entirely. It evolved into brassieres and girdles, which had their own issues, but the era of the bone-crushing, organ-displacing, fainting-inducing corset was finally over. Today, when we look at vintage corsets in museums, it's hard to believe women actually wore these things. Modern clothing, even shapewear, doesn't compare to the extreme restriction of Victorian corsets. But here's what we should remember. The women who wore corsets weren't foolish or weak. They were trapped in a system that gave them very few choices. Rejecting the corset meant social ostracism, reduced marriage prospects, and being labeled as improper or masculine. The real villains were the societal structures that valued women's appearance over their health, that prioritized an arbitrary beauty standard over human well-being, and that framed suffering as virtue. And before we get too comfortable thinking we're past all that, consider this. We still live in a world where women undergo painful cosmetic procedures, where eating disorders are epidemic, where women's professional advancement can be affected by their appearance in ways that don't apply to men. The corset is gone, but the underlying message that women's bodies must be modified, controlled, and sometimes damaged to meet social expectations, that message still echoes. So as we sit here tonight, maybe take a moment to appreciate the simple act of breathing deeply. It's a freedom that women fought for, sometimes at great personal cost. And speaking of things women weren't allowed to do freely, our next topic is going to absolutely baffle you. Because while we've covered ankles, voices, and breathing, we haven't yet talked about gloves. Yes, gloves. You're probably thinking, how complicated could glove etiquette possibly be? Oh, my friend, you have no idea. The Victorian era created 47 different rules for when, how, and why women should wear gloves. And breaking these rules could be just as socially devastating as any other etiquette violation we've discussed. Get ready, because the glove scandal is about to get incredibly specific and wonderfully absurd. You know what's wild? There was a time when putting on or taking off a glove at the wrong moment could ruin your entire social standing. Not exaggerating, your reputation could literally be destroyed by a piece of fabric covering your hand. The Victorian obsession with glove etiquette was so elaborate, so ridiculously specific, that entire books were written just about this one accessory. We're talking hundreds of pages dedicated to answering questions like, do you shake hands with gloves on or off? Do you eat with gloves on? What color gloves signal mourning versus matrimony? And God forbid you got any of it wrong. Let me tell you about what happened to a woman named Caroline Preston in Boston, 1889. Caroline was invited to a prestigious afternoon tea at the home of Mrs. Henrietta Lowell, one of Boston's most influential society women. This was a big deal. An invitation from Mrs. Lowell could make or break your social position. Caroline arrived wearing beautiful cream-colored kid leather gloves, perfectly appropriate for an afternoon event. She was ushered into the drawing room where about a dozen other ladies were already assembled. Tea was served. Delicate sandwiches, petits fours, polite conversation. Then came the moment that would haunt Caroline for years. A servant offered her a small plate of finger sandwiches. Without thinking, Caroline reached for one while still wearing her gloves. The room didn't gasp audibly. That would have been too crude. Instead, there was a subtle but unmistakable shift in atmosphere. A few eyebrows raised ever so slightly. Mrs. Lowell's expression went from polite warmth to icy distance. The woman next to Caroline actually leaned away, as if gloved sandwich eating was contagious. Caroline had committed a cardinal sin of glove etiquette. She had touched food while gloved. This was considered not just improper, but genuinely disgusting, equivalent to eating with dirty hands. The tea continued, but Caroline was effectively frozen out. No one addressed her directly for the remainder of the event. When she left, she received no invitation to return. Word spread through her social circle. For the next several months, Caroline found herself gradually excluded from events she would normally have been invited to attend. All because of a glove and a sandwich. Now you might be asking, why on earth did gloves matter so much? What could possibly justify 47 different rules about hand coverings? The answer, like so many things in Victorian society, is a twisted combination of class anxiety, hygiene panic, and the obsessive need to create barriers between respectable women and everyone else. Let's start with the basics. In the 19th century, particularly from about 1830 through 1910, a lady of quality was expected to wear gloves virtually any time she was in public or in formal company. We're not talking about winter gloves for warmth. These were delicate kid leather or fabric gloves that served purely as social markers. The basic rules seemed simple enough. Wear gloves outside the home. But from that foundation came an absolutely Byzantine system of exceptions, specifications, and situational variations. Rule 1. You must wear gloves when walking in public streets, always, even on the hottest summer day. Bare hands in public suggested you were either poor, unable to afford gloves, or improper. Either way, socially disastrous. Rule 2. The type of glove mattered enormously. Kid leather for formal daytime events, silk for evening wear, cotton or lace for less formal occasions. Wearing the wrong material for the wrong event was like showing up to a wedding in gym clothes. Rule 3. Color codes were strictly enforced. White or light colors for unmarried young women, darker colors for married women, black for mourning, with specific shades indicating different stages of grief. Lavender or gray for half mourning. Getting this wrong didn't just violate fashion, it could be seen as disrespectful to the dead. But here's where it gets truly absurd. The putting on and taking off of gloves became a complex social choreography, with rules that seemed designed specifically to trip people up. The handshake dilemma was perhaps the most confusing. When meeting someone, do you remove your glove before shaking hands, or is it acceptable to shake while gloved? The answer depended on multiple factors. Were you indoors or outdoors? Was the other person gloved or ungloved? Were you of equal social status? Was this a formal introduction or a casual encounter? An 1882 etiquette manual called The Habits of Good Society dedicates 17 pages, 17, to the glove handshake question alone. The conclusion, if you can call it that, is essentially, it depends on dozens of contextual factors, and if you guess wrong, you've insulted someone. Generally speaking, men were expected to remove their gloves before shaking a woman's hand, but women could keep theirs on. Unless the woman was significantly lower in social status, in which case she should remove hers. Unless the meeting was outdoors, in which case different rules applied. Unless. Can you imagine the mental calculation required for every single social interaction? It's exhausting just thinking about it. The dining glove rules were even more specific. At a formal dinner, women wore gloves into the dining room and during the initial gathering. But when the meal was actually served, the gloves had to come off. However, and this is important, you couldn't just yank them off like you were getting ready to do dishes. No, there were a proper glove removal technique. You were supposed to gracefully peel each glove off, starting with the right hand, taking care not to turn the glove inside out in the process. The removed glove should then be folded neatly and placed in your lap, never on the table. At the end of the meal, before leaving the dining room, you would put them back on, again in a specific manner. One particularly ridiculous detail: if you needed to adjust your hair or touch your face during dinner, you were not supposed to use your bare hands. You should first put your gloves back on, make the adjustment, then remove them again. Because apparently bare hands touching your own face was somehow more offensive than the complicated glove gymnastics. There's a wonderful account from a young woman's diary dated 1876, where she describes attending her first formal dinner and becoming so anxious about the glove choreography that she barely ate anything. She wrote, "I was so occupied with watching when others removed and replaced their gloves that I could hardly taste the food. I removed mine when I saw Mrs. Hartwell remove hers, but then I noticed Miss Pemberton still had hers on, and I panicked, wondering if I had erred. The entire meal was an agony of uncertainty." That's what these rules did. They turned basic human activities like eating and greeting people into minefields of potential humiliation. The absurdity extended to specific activities too. There were different rules for gloves at the opera versus the theater, different rules for garden parties versus indoor receptions, different rules for church versus shopping. At church, you kept your gloves on during the service but removed them when taking communion. At the opera, you wore full-length gloves but could push them down to your elbows during the performance, but only during, not during intermission. When shopping, you wore gloves but might remove one hand if you needed to handle money, though some etiquette books suggested you should keep them on and have the shopkeeper handle the coins for you. And then there were the dance gloves. Evening balls had their own entire subset of glove rules. Women wore long gloves that extended past the elbow. These had to stay on during dancing, even though your hands would get sweaty and uncomfortable. But if refreshments were served, you needed to remove them, eat, then put them back on for more dancing. Some evening gloves had dozens of tiny buttons running up the arm. Getting them on and off required assistance, which meant you needed to bring a maid with you to balls or impose on a friend. The whole system basically required you to be wealthy enough to have help with your clothing. This brings us to an important point. Glove etiquette was inherently classist. Poor women couldn't afford multiple pairs of gloves in different materials and colors for different occasions. Working women couldn't keep their gloves pristine. Gloves got dirty, and cleaning them was expensive. So glove rules became a way to immediately identify and exclude people who weren't of the right class. A woman with worn gloves, or the wrong color gloves, or heaven forbid no gloves at all, was immediately marked as lower class and could be dismissed or excluded. The glove industry naturally loved this system. By the 1890s, glove manufacturing was a massive international business. France, particularly the town of Grenoble, became famous for fine glove making. A wealthy woman might own 50 or more pairs of gloves. This represented serious money. The industry had every incentive to keep the rules complicated and ever-changing. Fashion magazines, many of which received advertising money from glove manufacturers, regularly published new guidelines and recommendations, ensuring that last season's gloves were now inappropriate and new ones must be purchased. There's a particularly cynical example from an 1893 fashion magazine that declared, "This season, the discerning lady will note that gloves worn to afternoon teas should now extend precisely 2 inches above the wrist, rather than last year's 3 inches. Those with last year's gloves must update their wardrobe to avoid appearing hopelessly behind the times. 2 inches versus 3 inches, as if anyone could actually tell the difference, or as if it mattered in any meaningful way. But it sold gloves." The medical establishment weirdly got involved too. Some doctors claimed that wearing gloves protected women's delicate skin from sun damage and aging. Other doctors warned that wearing gloves too frequently would make the hands weak and dependent on external support, like how wearing corsets supposedly weakened the torso muscles. Both positions were mostly nonsense, but they gave the glove obsession a veneer of scientific legitimacy. One aspect of glove culture that's particularly interesting is how it intersected with romance and courtship. There was an entire language of gloves that couples could use to communicate. If a woman dropped her glove in front of her man, it was an invitation for him to pick it up and return it to her, initiating a conversation. If she accepted a pair of gloves as a gift from a man she wasn't related to or engaged to, it was considered improper and suggested intimacy. If she wore a man's favor, a ribbon or flower, tucked into a glove at a ball, it signaled her attachment to him. Young people found ways to use the glove rules to create small moments of connection in a world that otherwise kept them strictly separated. The brush of fingers when a glove was being handed back, the intimacy of a man helping a woman pull on or remove her gloves, these became charged with a romantic meaning precisely because so much other physical contact was forbidden. But the rules also created genuine hardship. There are accounts of women developing skin conditions from constant glove wearing. The dyes used in colored gloves sometimes contained toxic substances. Arsenical compounds were common, which could cause rashes, sores, and even systemic poisoning. A medical journal from 1888 documented several cases of glove poisoning, where women developed severe reactions to the chemicals in their fashionable gloves. The solution proposed: better quality gloves. Not wearing gloves less often or questioning whether constant glove wearing was necessary. The turn of the century began to shift things, as it did with so many Victorian customs. The early 1900s brought a more practical, less fussy approach to fashion generally. Women were increasingly active, playing tennis, golf, riding bicycles, and constant glove wearing became impractical. World War I accelerated the change dramatically. Women working in factories, driving ambulances, farming, and doing other war work simply couldn't manage complicated glove etiquette. Practicality won out over propriety. By the 1920s, the strict glove rules had largely evaporated. Gloves were still worn for certain formal occasions, but the elaborate code of when, where, how, and what type had been abandoned. Women could shake hands barehanded without causing scandal. They could eat without glove anxiety. They could choose to wear gloves or not based on weather, comfort, and personal preference rather than social mandate. Today, the idea of formal glove etiquette seems quaint at best, absurd at worst. We wear gloves when it's cold or when we need hand protection. That's it. No complicated rules, no social consequences. But here's what I want you to think about. The glove rules weren't really about gloves, were they? They were about creating an elaborate system of social control, where women had to constantly monitor their behavior, where one small mistake could have serious consequences, where navigating daily life required extensive knowledge of arbitrary rules that served no practical purpose. The gloves were just a tool. The real goal was to keep women occupied with trivial concerns, to make them anxious about their social standing, to create barriers between classes, and to enforce conformity through fear of exclusion. And while we don't have 47 rules about gloves anymore, think about the ways women's appearance is still policed. Dress codes that only apply to women, professional settings where women are judged more harshly for their clothing choices, the mental energy women still spend worrying about whether their outfit's appropriate, professional enough, not too sexy but not too frumpy. The gloves are gone, but the underlying mechanism, using appearance-based rules to control women, is still with us, just in different forms. So tonight, as we continue this journey together, Maybe wiggle your fingers a bit. Appreciate the freedom to touch things, shake hands, eat food without a complex calculation about fabric and propriety. And get ready, because what comes next might be even more claustrophobic than glove rules. We're about to explore the chaperone system, the Victorian practice that meant a woman was literally never allowed to be alone with a man, even her fiancé, until her wedding night. The lengths women went to for even a few moments of privacy, and the industry that grew up around monitoring women's every move. It's a story of surveillance, rebellion, and the desperate human need for freedom. Stay with me, because the Chaperone Chronicles are about to reveal just how far society would go to control women's bodies and choices. What if I told you that grown women, educated, intelligent adults, were not allowed to be in a room alone with a man? Not just any man, but even their own fiancés. Not for 5 minutes, not with the door open, not ever, until their wedding night. This wasn't paranoia. This was policy. And an entire industry of professional surveillance grew up around making absolutely certain that women were monitored every single moment of their lives. Welcome to the world of the chaperone system, possibly the most claustrophobic, invasive, and psychologically damaging etiquette rule we'll explore tonight. Let me take you to New York City, 1895. Meet Eleanor Hartley, 21 years old, engaged to a man named Thomas, whom she's known for exactly 6 months, through carefully supervised courtship. They've never been alone together. Not once. Every conversation, every walk in the park, every visit has been monitored by Eleanor's aunt, her mother, or a hired chaperone. Thomas has proposed, with Eleanor's father present in the room naturally. They're planning to marry in 3 months, but they still cannot be alone together. They cannot have a private conversation about their future, their feelings, their hopes or fears. Every word they speak is overheard by a third party. One afternoon, Thomas comes to call at the Hartley residence. Eleanor's mother has stepped out briefly, just gone upstairs to retrieve some embroidery she wants to show him. For approximately 90 seconds, Eleanor and Thomas are alone in the parlor. They don't kiss. They don't embrace. They simply sit closer together on the sofa than they normally would. And Thomas takes Eleanor's hand, just holds it. For a moment, they're looking at each other without someone else's eyes on them. The maid walks by the open door, because the door must always remain open, and sees this. Within the hour, Eleanor's mother knows. By that evening, Eleanor's father is informed. A family conference is held. Thomas is banned from the house for 2 weeks as punishment. Eleanor is confined to her room for 3 days. The wedding is postponed by a month to ensure proper reflection on the gravity of maintaining propriety. They held hands. 2 adults who are planning to spend their lives together held hands for 90 seconds, and it triggered a family crisis. That's how extreme the chaperone system was. The concept of chaperoning young women wasn't new to the Victorian era. Wealthy families had been providing supervision for unmarried daughters for centuries. But the 19th century transformed it from occasional oversight into an all-encompassing system of surveillance that governed nearly every moment of a young woman's life outside her bedroom. The fundamental rule was simple and absolute. An unmarried woman of respectable class could not be in the presence of a man who was not a close relative without a chaperone present. The chaperone was typically an older woman, a mother, aunt, older married sister, or paid companion whose job was to sit there and make sure nothing inappropriate happened. But what counted as inappropriate was defined so broadly that virtually any unsupervised interaction was suspect. An etiquette manual from 1884 titled Our Deportment stated explicitly, "A young lady must never be alone with a gentleman, even her betrothed, lest her reputation be compromised. The appearance of impropriety is as damaging as impropriety itself." and a wise woman guards not only her virtue but the perception of her virtue with equal vigilance. Notice that phrasing, the appearance of impropriety is as damaging as impropriety itself. This wasn't about actual behavior. This was about what other people might think you were doing. Your actual innocence didn't matter if someone could imagine you weren't innocent. The chaperone requirements extended far beyond just social visits. If an unmarried woman needed to travel anywhere, to the shops, to visit a friend, to church, she needed to be accompanied. Going out alone was simply not done in respectable society. For wealthy families, this meant employing chaperones as part of the household staff. These were usually older women, often widows or spinsters who needed employment, whose sole job was to accompany young ladies wherever they went. There are employment records from the 1870s showing that upper-class households in London and New York would spend between $50 and $200 per year, significant money at the time, on chaperone services. Some families employed multiple chaperones if they had several daughters. But here's where it gets really interesting. The chaperone industry became remarkably sophisticated. In major cities, agencies existed specifically to provide chaperone services. You could hire a chaperone by the hour, by the day, or on permanent retainer. An 1892 advertisement in a New York newspaper reads, "Madame Beaumont's chaperone service. Discreet, refined ladies available to accompany young women of quality to all social engagements. References available, rates negotiable based on the delicacy of the situation." That last line, the delicacy of the situation, is fascinating. It suggests that some chaperone needs were more challenging than others, requiring special discretion, or perhaps a willingness to overlook minor indiscretions. Because here's the thing, the chaperone system was rigid in theory, but had to bend somewhat in practice, and that created opportunities for both abuse and resistance. Some chaperones took their duties with almost military seriousness. There are accounts of chaperones who would sit exactly equidistant between a courting couple, who would interrupt any conversation that seemed too intimate, who would insist on reading any letters exchanged between an engaged couple before allowing them to be delivered. One particularly zealous chaperone, a woman named Mrs. Theodora Pennington, who worked for several Boston families in the 1880s, kept detailed daily logs of her charge's activities. Her journals, which survive in historical collection, make for fascinating reading. She recorded things like, "Miss J and Mr. R conversed for 47 minutes in the garden. I maintained positions 6 feet distant. Conversation topics: the weather, upcoming concert, current novels. Mr. R appeared to lean slightly closer at 3:22 p.m. I coughed loudly. Appropriate distance resumed. 47 minutes, 6 feet. The level of documentation is almost comical, except these were real people whose privacy was being invaded in the name of propriety. But other chaperones were more sympathetic to young love, and could be, let's say, creatively lenient with the rules. Some would conveniently fall asleep during courting visits. Others would develop sudden needs to step out of the room for extended periods. Some could be bribed with small gifts or kind treatment to allow young couples slightly more privacy. There's a wonderful exchange of letters between two sisters from 1878 where one advises the other. Mrs. Williamson is far preferable to Aunt Catherine as a chaperone. Mrs. W. is fond of novels and becomes quite absorbed in her reading during visits. One can have a genuine conversation with Mr. Hartwell if Mrs. W. is present, whereas Aunt Catherine watches like a hawk and interrupts constantly. So even within this oppressive system, women were finding and sharing intelligence about which chaperones were more tolerable than others. The psychological impact of constant surveillance cannot be overstated. Imagine never having a private conversation with someone you're supposed to marry. Imagine every moment of courtship being performed for an audience. How do you build genuine intimacy under those conditions? Many couples didn't. They married as virtual strangers, knowing only the carefully curated public versions of each other. The wedding night wasn't just the first time they were physically intimate. It was often the first time they'd ever been truly alone together. Think about how terrifying that must have been. For months or years, you've been told that being alone with this person is dangerous and improper. Then suddenly, on your wedding night, you're supposed to be completely comfortable with intimacy. The psychological whiplash must have been intense. There are heartbreaking accounts in women's diaries from this era describing wedding night terror and confusion. One entry from 1881, written by a new bride, says, "We were finally alone, and I realized I did not know my husband at all. Every conversation we'd had was performed for others. I did not know his true thoughts, his private self. And yet here I was, expected to share the most intimate moment of my life with this stranger." The chaperone system didn't just prevent physical intimacy. It prevented emotional intimacy, authentic connection, the gradual building of trust that healthy relationships require. But the surveillance extended beyond just courtship. Even married women face chaperoning expectations in certain situations. A married woman could be alone with her own husband, obviously. But if she needed to travel without him, or socialize without him, she still needed female companionship to maintain propriety. Widows and older spinsters were considered acceptable self-chaperones after a certain age, usually around 35 or 40. But younger unmarried women never gained that independence. The rules were also heavily dependent on class. Working-class women couldn't afford chaperones and had to navigate different expectations. They might travel to work unchaperoned out of necessity. But this was seen as evidence of their lower status. Middle-class families aspiring to respectability would scrimp and save to afford even minimal chaperoning, because not having a chaperone marked you as poor. This created cruel situations where families would go into debt to maintain the appearance of having proper supervision for their daughters, seeing it as essential for the daughters' marriage prospects. There's a budget ledger from an Ohio family in 1893 that shows them spending nearly a quarter of their annual income on employing an elderly neighbor as a chaperone for their two daughters. They cut back on food, on heating, on necessary household repairs, but the chaperone was considered non-negotiable. The international variations are interesting too. The chaperone system was strictest in Britain and America, somewhat more relaxed in France, and almost non-existent in Scandinavian countries. American women traveling to France were often shocked and secretly delighted to discover they could walk unaccompanied on Parisian streets without causing scandal. Some progressive American women began spending extended time in Europe, specifically to escape the suffocating supervision at home. They would claim to be studying art or music or languages, but really they were savoring the freedom of moving through the world without constant surveillance. This created an interesting phenomenon. Wealthy American women who had tasted European freedom would return home and begin quietly defying chaperoning norms. They'd make excuses for why their chaperone couldn't accompany them, or they'd bend the rules in small ways. The rebellion against chaperoning grew alongside the broader women's rights movement. Women who were advocating for property rights, voting rights, and educational access also began questioning why they needed to be treated like children who couldn't be trusted alone. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, the famous suffragist, wrote in an 1870 essay, "We ask for the right to vote, to own property, to receive education, and yet society insists we cannot sit in a room alone with a man for 5 minutes without supervision. Either we are rational adults capable of self-governance, or we are perpetual children. Society cannot have it both ways." The bicycle, yes, once again, the liberating bicycle, helped break down chaperoning norms. Women who cycled could travel alone faster and farther than a chaperone could easily follow. Some women started going on unchaperoned bicycle rides and calling it exercise rather than social activity. Parks and recreation became interesting battlegrounds. Some cities created designated ladies' cycling hours where women could ride without male presence, thus not requiring chaperones. But this just highlighted the absurdity. If women could safely cycle alone in a park during certain hours, why did they need supervision other times? World War I delivered the final blow to strict chaperoning, as it did to so many Victorian conventions. With millions of men at war, women took on jobs that required unchaperoned travel and interaction with male colleagues. Female ambulance drivers, munitions workers, nurses, they couldn't function with chaperones hovering over them. The war made it impossible to maintain the fiction that women needed constant supervision for their own protection. Women were clearly capable of navigating the world independently. By the 1920s, the strict chaperone system had largely collapsed. Young women went on unchaperoned dates. Shocking! They traveled alone. They had private conversations with men, and society didn't implode. But the legacy of the chaperone system lingered in subtle ways. The idea that women in public spaces are inherently vulnerable and need male protection. The notion that a woman alone is somehow incomplete or suspicious. The assumption that women and men cannot have purely platonic interactions without romantic or sexual implications. These ideas still surface in modern discussions about women's safety, workplace interactions, and social dynamics. We've moved past literal chaperones, but the underlying beliefs about women's autonomy and trustworthiness are still being negotiated. Here's something to consider. The chaperone system wasn't really about protecting women's virtue. If it were, men would have been chaperoned too, right? Why were men trusted to be alone with women, but women couldn't be trusted to be alone with men? The system was about control. It was about limiting women's mobility, preventing independent relationships, ensuring that women's social connections were monitored and approved by family and society. It was about making sure women couldn't form alliances, share information, or develop autonomy outside approved channels. The chaperone was a human leash, and the message was clear. You cannot be trusted to govern yourself. So tonight, as we sit here in the quiet, think about the simple freedom of privacy. The ability to have an unmonitored conversation, to go for a walk alone, to choose your own company without justifying it to someone else. These aren't small freedoms, they're fundamental to human dignity and autonomy. And they were systematically denied to women for generations. Now, if you thought constant surveillance was invasive, wait until you hear about the calling card system. A social ritual so complex and time-consuming that women could spend entire afternoons just delivering and receiving tiny pieces of printed cardstock. The rules were so specific that one wrong fold or one missed visit could end a friendship or ruin a social season. This wasn't just etiquette, it was a full-time job with no pay and devastating consequences for mistakes. Let's dive into the calling card catastrophe, because you won't believe how much of women's lives were consumed by this elaborate performance. It's exhausting. And then they're spending 3 hours every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon driving around town in a carriage, stopping at house after house, leaving tiny pieces of cardstock with your name printed on them, engaging in exactly 15 minutes of polite conversation at each stop, and meticulously recording who was home, who wasn't, and whether the corners of their cards were folded. This wasn't a hobby. This was mandatory social maintenance for any woman who wanted to remain part of respectable society. And getting it wrong, folding the wrong corner, staying too long, visiting on the wrong day, could mean social exile. Let me introduce you to the calling card catastrophe. Through the experience of a woman named Beatrice Morton, Philadelphia, 1887. Beatrice was newly married and had just moved into her husband's social circle, which was considerably more elevated than her own family's. She was determined to make a good impression and establish herself properly. The calling card ritual seemed straightforward enough when her mother-in-law explained it. You had cards printed with your name. You visited other ladies on their designated at-home dates. You left cards. You received cards. Simple, right? Except it wasn't simple at all. Beatrice's first mistake happened during her second week of calling. She visited Mrs. Elizabeth Whitmore, a prominent society matron, on a Thursday afternoon. Mrs. Whitmore wasn't receiving visitors that day. Her at-home day was actually Friday. Beatrice didn't know this because she hadn't yet obtained the complete list of everyone's designated days, so she left her card with the servant, thinking this was the polite thing to do. But she folded the top right corner of the card, which in calling card language meant, "I came in person." Since she'd been told Mrs. Whitmore wasn't home, she should have left the card unfolded, or folded the bottom left corner, which meant, "I sent my card via servant." Mrs. Whitmore, upon seeing the incorrectly folded card and noting that Beatrice had called on the wrong day, interpreted this as either ignorance or rudeness. She did not return the call. In calling card etiquette, if someone calls on you and you don't return the call within 1 week, you've essentially declared that you do not wish to continue the acquaintance. It's a social cut, delivered silently through the absence of a tiny piece of paper. Beatrice, not understanding what had happened, made another mistake. She called on Mrs. Whitmore again the following week, trying to be friendly. This was seen as pushy and inappropriate. Once your call has been ignored, you don't try again unless the other person initiates. Word spread through Philadelphia society that the new Mrs. Morton was socially clumsy and didn't understand proper calling etiquette. Several other women became not at home when she called. Her mother-in-law was mortified. Beatrice spent the next 6 months trying to rebuild her reputation, studying calling card rules with desperate intensity, all because of folded corners and timing. The calling card system reached its peak of absurd complexity in the second half of the 19th century, particularly in Britain and America. What started as a practical way to let someone know you'd stopped by evolved into an incredibly elaborate social code with rules so specific that entire books were written just about card etiquette. Let's break down how the system actually worked, because understanding the details really drives home how time-consuming and mentally exhausting this was. First, you needed cards, not just one set, but multiple sets. Married women had cards with their husband's full name, Mrs. John Robert Ashworth. They also had cards with just their own formal name. Some occasions required joint cards showing both the husband's and wife's names. If you had adult daughters living at home, you needed cards that listed them, Mrs. Ashworth and the Mrs. Ashworth. The cards themselves had to be precisely the right size and quality. An 1882 etiquette guide specifies, cards should measure 3.5 inches by 2.5 inches for married ladies, slightly smaller for unmarried ladies. The paper must be of good quality Bristol board, ivory or cream colored. The printing should be in black using a refined script. Any deviation from these standards marks one as either ignorant or pretentious. The printing alone was an expense. Quality engraved cards cost money, and you went through them quickly if you were actively maintaining a social life. Women would order cards by the hundreds. Account books from the period show regular expenses for card printing, sometimes representing a significant portion of a household's discretionary budget. Now, once you had your cards, you had to understand when and how to use them. Every woman of social standing had designated at-home days, specific afternoons each week when she would receive visitors. These weren't open houses. There were scheduled times when you sat in your parlor, dressed formally, waiting for other women to call. You had to publicize your at-home day somehow, through word of mouth, through announcements in society columns, by including the information on your cards. If you were new to an area, you had to call on established residents first, essentially asking to be accepted into the social circle. The visiting itself followed rigid protocols. You arrived during the designated afternoon hours, typically between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. If the lady was at home, meaning she was receiving that day, you were shown into the parlor. If she was not at home, which might mean she was actually out, or might mean she didn't want to receive visitors that day, or might mean she specifically didn't want to receive you, you left your cards with the servant. Here's where the corner folding code came in, and trust me, this gets complicated. An unfolded card left with a servant meant you'd sent it via courier and hadn't come in person. A card with the top right corner folded meant you'd come in person but the lady wasn't receiving. A card with the top left corner folded meant congratulations. Bottom right corner folded meant condolences. Bottom left corner meant you were leaving town or saying goodbye. But wait, there's more. The number of cards you left also mattered. If you were calling on a household with multiple adult women, you needed to leave the correct number of cards. If Mrs. Smith had 2 adult daughters, you left 3 of your cards, 1 for Mrs. Smith, and technically 2 more to acknowledge the daughters, though they might share 1 card depending on specific local customs, which varied by city and even by neighborhood. If you were married, you also left 1 of your husband's cards, even though he wasn't present and wasn't expected to be. This was to acknowledge Mr. Smith, the male head of household, from your male head of household. So now you're leaving 4 or 5 cards for 1 household visit. Are you keeping track? Because women had to keep track constantly. The timing of return calls was equally specific. If someone called on you, you were expected to return the call within 1 week. Not immediately, that seemed desperate. Not after a week. That was rude. Exactly within the 7-day window. When you did return the call, you stayed for a precisely calibrated amount of time. 15 minutes was standard. 10 minutes was acceptable if you were very busy. 20 minutes was the maximum unless you were invited to stay for tea, which was a separate ritual with its own rules. Staying too long was presumptuous. Leaving too quickly was insulting. During these 15-minute visits, conversation followed strict guidelines. You discussed light, pleasant topics, the weather, upcoming social events, mutual acquaintances, but no scandalous gossip, art, music, or literature. You absolutely did not discuss politics, religion, money, health problems, or anything controversial. One etiquette book from 1876 advises, "The art of calling lies in being agreeable without being interesting, pleasant without being intimate, and leaving the hostess neither exhausted by your presence nor offended by your absence." Think about that phrasing. You were supposed to be so bland, so neutral, that you made no impression at all except one of general pleasantness. 15 minutes of performative mediocrity, repeated multiple times per week. For women with active social lives, calling consumed enormous amounts of time. Afternoon after afternoon spent getting dressed in formal visiting attire, traveling from house to house, making small talk, leaving cards, receiving calls, returning calls. There's a diary entry from a New York socialite named Mamie Fish from 1891, where she calculated that she spent approximately 18 hours per week on calling-related activities during the social season. That's nearly a part-time job, entirely unpaid, producing nothing of value except the maintenance of social connections. And it was work that only women did. Men had their own visiting customs, but they were far less rigid and time-consuming. Men called on each other at clubs or offices on their own schedules. They weren't expected to sit at home on designated days waiting for visitors. This gender divide is crucial to understanding the calling card system. While men were out conducting business, pursuing careers, engaging in politics, women were trapped in this endless cycle of meaningless social maintenance. The system also reinforced class divisions ruthlessly. Working women couldn't participate. They were at work during calling hours. Even middle-class women who managed households without many servants struggled to find time for the calling ritual. The ability to spend entire afternoons doing nothing productive except exchanging cards was itself a status marker. Some women tried to game the system by leaving cards without actually calling in person. They'd send servants to drop off cards at multiple houses, saving time. But this was considered cheating and was harshly judged. One society column from 1889 cattily noted, "We observe certain ladies attempting to maintain social obligations through servant-delivered cards alone, never bothering to make personal visits. Such shortcuts reveal the poverty of their social commitment." The calling card industry loved this system naturally. Card manufacturers, engravers, specialized stationers, they all profited. Fashion magazines ran advertisements for the latest card styles, suggesting that last season's cards were now hopelessly outdated. There were even special accessories for managing your cards. Card cases, elaborate little boxes or wallets made of silver, leather, or precious materials, were fashion items themselves. Receiving trays for the front hall where visitors would leave their cards, special albums for organizing the cards you received, which you were supposed to keep as a record of your social obligations. It's consumerism wrapped in etiquette, creating artificial needs and selling products to meet them. The psychological toll of this system deserves serious consideration. The constant anxiety about getting the rules right, the fear of social exclusion for minor mistakes, the exhausting performativity of it all. There's a fascinating letter from 1883 written by a woman named Julia Newbury to her sister. Julia had moved from Chicago to Boston after marriage and was struggling with Boston's particularly rigid social customs. She wrote, "I am so tired of calling. Tired of pretending to care about Mrs. So-and-so's rose garden or Miss such-and-such's piano recital. Tired of watching the clock to ensure I leave at exactly the right moment. I feel like I'm playing a part in a very dull play that runs every Tuesday and Thursday with no intermission and no final curtain. Sometimes I fantasize about just stopping, not calling, not receiving, not playing the game at all. But then I think of the consequences, the isolation, and I know I will pick up my cards again tomorrow." That last line, "I know I will pick up my cards again tomorrow," that's resignation. That's someone who understands she's trapped in an absurd system but sees no way out. Some women did rebel, though. There are accounts of women who simply refused to participate in calling rituals. They were labeled eccentric, unconventional, or unfeminine, but they reclaimed their time. The writer Louisa May Alcott was famously dismissive of calling card etiquette. She reportedly told a friend in the 1870s, "I have better uses for my afternoons than sitting in stuffy parlors discussing nothing with people I barely know. If someone wishes to see me, they can write me a letter with actual content. And if our correspondence is interesting, perhaps we'll become real friends." The suffragist movement explicitly called out the calling card system as a waste of women's potential. Elizabeth Cady Stanton wrote in 1881, "We ask why women have accomplished less than men in arts and sciences, yet we chain them to rituals of social triviality that consume the very hours they might use for study or creative work." The early 20th century began to erode the calling card system through several factors. The telephone became more common, allowing people to communicate without physical visits. Automobiles made transportation easier, but also made people's schedules more unpredictable, making rigid at-home days impractical. World War I, as usual, accelerated the change. With women working outside the home in unprecedented numbers, sitting home on designated afternoons became impossible. The calling card ritual, which required leisure and predictable schedules, couldn't survive in a more dynamic world. By the 1920s, the elaborate calling card system had largely collapsed. Some older women maintained the tradition, but younger generations abandoned it entirely. The cards themselves evolved into simple business cards or informal personal cards, without the complex folding and timing rituals. Today, the idea of spending 18 hours a week leaving cardstock at people's houses seems insane. But before we feel too superior, think about modern equivalents. How much time do we spend maintaining social media presence? Posting, liking, commenting on people's content not because we genuinely care, but because we feel obligated. The platform and technology are different, but the performative social maintenance, the anxiety about getting it right, the fear of exclusion for not participating, those dynamics are hauntingly similar. The calling card wasn't really about communication. If it were, letters would have sufficed. It was about demonstrating that you had time to waste, that you knew the rules, that you were willing to conform. It was a class marker and a control mechanism disguised as politeness. And the women who spent their afternoons in this ritual weren't stupid or vain. They were navigating the only social system available to them, trying to maintain the connections and status that might protect them and their families in a world that gave them few other forms of power. So tonight, as we continue exploring these absurd historical rules, remember, the calling card catastrophe wasn't about cards. It was about consuming women's time, energy, and potential with meaningless busy work, then calling that work feminine virtue. But we're not done with the ways women's behavior was policed and controlled. Next, we're going to explore something that might seem less serious, but reveals even deeper anxieties about women's bodies and emotions, because apparently women weren't allowed to smile too much or laugh too loudly. Expressing joy, showing your teeth, or heaven forbid actually guffawing at something funny, these could mark you as coarse, unladylike, and unmarriageable. The laughter lockdown is about to show us just how far society went to suppress women's natural expressions of happiness and emotion. And trust me, the reasons behind it are darker than you might expect. Quick question. When was the last time you laughed out loud at something genuinely funny? That full body can't help yourself, throw your head back kind of laugh. Now imagine being told that doing that made you vulgar, unmarriageable, and possibly even morally corrupt. For centuries, women were taught to suppress one of the most natural human expressions, joy. A genuine smile was suspect. A real laugh was scandalous. And showing your teeth while doing either, that was practically obscene. This is the story of how society decided that women's happiness needed to be controlled, measured, and above all muted. Let me take you to a finishing school in London, 1858. Young women, mostly between the ages of 14 and 18, sit in a classroom learning what society calls graceful deportment. The instructor, Miss Adelaide Thornton, is teaching the proper way to express amusement. A lady, Miss Thornton intones, does not laugh. She may smile, but only gently with lips closed. The corners of the mouth may rise ever so slightly, but the teeth must never, never be visible. A lady may emit a soft musical sound of amusement, something between a sigh and a gentle exhale, but nothing approaching actual laughter. She demonstrates, it's this weird suppressed sound like someone trying not to sneeze. The students practice. One girl, maybe 16 years old, can't quite manage it. She hears something amusing and lets out a genuine giggle. Miss Thornton's face goes cold. "Miss Pemberton," she says icily, That unseemly outburst would mark you as coarse and common in any respectable drawing room. A gentleman of quality would never consider such a woman as a wife. Again, properly this time. The girl tries again, this time successfully smothering her natural response to humor. She's learning to kill her own joy. This wasn't one eccentric teacher's quirk. This was standard curriculum in finishing schools across Europe and America. Young girls were systematically trained to suppress genuine emotional expression, particularly expressions of happiness and amusement. The reasoning behind the laughter prohibition reveals some deeply disturbing assumptions about femininity, sexuality, and women's place in society. First, there was the idea that uncontrolled laughter was unladylike, because it suggested a lack of self-discipline. An etiquette manual from 1848 states, "A lady is distinguished by her composure and restraint. Boisterous laughter indicates a want of proper breeding and self-governance. Just as a lady controls her physical movements, she must control her emotional displays." Notice the word control appearing repeatedly. Women's bodies, women's movements, women's emotions, all needed to be controlled, preferably by the women themselves through internalized discipline. But it gets worse. There was also a sexual dimension to the laughter prohibition that was rarely stated explicitly, but was absolutely present in the subtext. An 1865 conduct book titled The Young Lady's Companion contains this revealing passage. Excessive mirth in a young woman, particularly when accompanied by physical expressions such as thrown back head, open mouth, or convulsive movements, suggests an unbecoming sensuality. The passions, once aroused, whether through laughter or other stimulation, can lead a woman toward impropriety. Let me translate that Victorian speak. They were literally suggesting that laughing too hard was sexually arousing and might make women lose their virtue. As if there's some slippery slope from genuine amusement to sexual deviance. The obsession with teeth showing is particularly bizarre but also particularly revealing. Visible teeth while smiling or laughing was considered vulgar for several reasons. 1. It was associated with working-class women and lower-status people who supposedly lacked the refinement to control their expressions. 2. An open mouth was seen as suggestive and improper. There was this weird Victorian anxiety about women's mouths being open for any reason. And 3. Showing teeth was thought to make women look aggressive or masculine. There's an etiquette guide from 1871 that actually says, "A lady's smile should be as soft and closed as a rosebud." The display of teeth creates an impression of animal vitality, rather than feminine delicacy. Animal vitality. They literally compared women's natural expressions of joy to animal behavior that needed to be civilized out of them. The training to suppress laughter started young. Mothers would correct daughters for laughing too loudly. Governesses would punish displays of excessive mirth. Finishing schools, as we saw, had entire lessons devoted to proper emotional restraint. One particularly cruel training method involved having young girls practice the demure expression for extended periods. They would sit with mirrors, adjusting their faces to show neither too much emotion nor too little, aiming for a pleasant but neutral expression that could be maintained indefinitely without revealing authentic feeling. There's a diary entry from 1879 by a young woman named Catherine Winslow, describing her experience at finishing school. "We spent 2 hours today practicing our expressions. Miss Porter walked around the room, critiquing each girl's face. Emma was told her smile was too broad. Jane was told she looked sullen. I was told I showed too much teeth. We practiced until our faces ached from holding unnatural positions. I wondered if I would ever again be able to simply feel joy without calculating how to display it properly." That last sentence is heartbreaking. the self-consciousness about authentic emotion, the constant calculation and performance. That's psychological damage. The impact on women's social interactions was profound. Imagine being at a genuinely funny play, or listening to an amusing story, and having to suppress your natural response. Imagine feeling genuine happiness and having to perform restraint instead of expressing it freely. Men faced no such restrictions, of course. Men could laugh heartily, throw their heads back, slap their knees, roar with amusement. This was seen as evidence of their vitality and good humor. Women doing the exact same thing were judged as improper. This created weird social dynamics, where mixed-gender gatherings would have men laughing naturally while women produced these strange suppressed titters and controlled smiles. It must have looked and sounded bizarre. Half the room expressing genuine human emotion, and the other half performing careful restraint. There are accounts from the period of women who forgot themselves and laughed naturally, then were mortified afterward. One letter from 1866 describes a young woman at a dinner party who, in response to a particularly funny anecdote, let out a real laugh, loud, unrestrained, joyful. She immediately clapped her hand over her mouth, horrified. The room went silent. Later, her hostess took her aside and gently suggested that such displays were unsuitable for refined company. The woman was so humiliated that she cried. She'd committed the crime of experiencing and expressing genuine joy. A medical establishment, predictably, backed up these social rules with pseudoscientific claims. Some Victorian doctors actually argued that excessive laughter was physically harmful to women's delicate constitutions. Dr. George Beard, a prominent American physician, wrote in 1881 that female nervous systems are more susceptible to overstimulation through emotional excess. Prolonged or intense laughter can lead to nervous exhaustion, hysteria, and even damage to the reproductive organs. There it is again, the claim that women's reproductive health could be damaged by normal human behavior. It's the same logic that was used to justify corsets, to keep women from higher education, to restrict physical activity. Any excuse to control women's bodies and behavior. The laughter prohibition also intersected with racial and class hierarchies in revealing ways. Lower-class women and women of color were stereotyped as laughing more freely and loudly, and this was used as evidence of their supposed inferiority and lack of refinement. White upper-class women's restrained emotions were held up as the civilized ideal, while other women's natural expressiveness was derided as primitive or vulgar. It's a perfect example of how arbitrary social rules were used to reinforce broader systems of oppression. The prohibition extended beyond just laughter to other emotional expressions too. Women were expected to maintain composure in almost all situations. Crying in public was shameful. Expressing anger was absolutely forbidden. A woman who showed temper was called hysterical or unbalanced. Even expressing enthusiasm too strongly was suspect. The acceptable emotional range for women was incredibly narrow. Pleasant serenity, mild agreeableness, gentle sympathy. Anything more intense than that gentle range was considered evidence of poor breeding or weak character. Think about what this does to a person psychologically. If you spend your entire life suppressing authentic emotional responses, if you're constantly monitoring and controlling your natural expressions, it creates a disconnect between your internal experience and your external presentation. Some psychologists today would recognize this as a form of emotional invalidation and dissociation. You learn that your natural feelings are wrong or inappropriate, so you learn to not trust them, to suppress them, to perform something else instead. There's a fascinating account from the diary of Alice James, sister of the writer Henry James. Alice struggled with what Victorians called nervous illness throughout her life. Modern scholars suspect she may have had depression and anxiety, that her diary suggests that at least part of her distress came from the constant suppression of genuine feeling required by Victorian womanhood. She wrote in 1890, "I have spent my life trying to feel less, to want less, to express less, to need less. And now I find I've become less than a full human being, more of a decorative automaton that performs the correct gestures without genuine inner life. Sometimes I want to scream, to rage, to laugh until I cannot breathe, but I have forgotten how." That's not just one woman's individual struggle. That's the psychological cost of a system that demanded women suppress their humanity in the name of propriety. But not all women complied. Throughout the Victorian period, there were women who refused to suppress their laughter, who expressed joy freely and faced the social consequences. The actress Sarah Bernhardt was famous for her loud, uninhibited laughter both on and off stage. She was criticized for it constantly, called coarse and unrefined by critics. She absolutely did not care. She once said in an interview, "I laugh when I am amused." This seems to scandalize people who think women should only emit polite little sounds like trained parakeets. How exhausting it must be to live that way. Women's rights activists also explicitly connected emotional suppression to women's oppression. Frances Power Cobbe, a British feminist writer, published an essay in 1869 titled "The Final Cause of Woman" that included this passage. "We train women from childhood to suppress their natural spirits, to smile quietly when they wish to laugh freely, to remain composed when they feel passionate emotion. And then we wonder why women seem less vital, less creative, less dynamic than men. We have literally trained the life out of them." The early 20th century began to shift attitudes about women's emotional expression. The Gibson Girl era celebrated a more active, spirited kind of femininity. Women who played sports, who engaged in outdoor activities, who lived less restricted lives naturally expressed themselves more freely. The 1920s flapper culture openly rejected Victorian emotional restraint. Flappers laughed loudly, danced wildly, expressed themselves without apology. They were criticized by older generations as improper and unfeminine, but younger women embraced this new freedom of expression. Hollywood and popular culture played an interesting role too. Early film actresses needed to express emotion visibly for the camera. Silent films in particular required exaggerated emotional expressions. This helped normalize women showing genuine feeling, including joy and laughter. By mid-century, the strict prohibition on women's laughter had largely evaporated. Women could laugh freely without being considered vulgar. But the underlying message, that women's emotional expressions should be carefully controlled and modulated, that lingered. Even today, we see echoes of the laughter lockdown. Women are told not to be too loud or too much. Female politicians and leaders are criticized for laughing at inappropriate moments or for having annoying laughs. Women's expressions of joy are still sometimes policed in ways men's aren't. And there's still this cultural message that women should be pleasant and agreeable, that expressing strong emotions, whether joy, anger, or grief, is somehow less acceptable for women than for men. The Victorian laughter prohibition seems extreme to us now, and it was. But it's worth asking, in what ways are women still expected to modulate and control their emotional expressions? In what ways are authentic feelings still being suppressed in favor of socially acceptable performances? Because the fundamental issue wasn't about laughter. It was about denying women full humanity. It was about treating women's natural responses as problems to be corrected, rather than valid human experiences to be respected. Tonight, as we sit here in the quiet, I hope you're free to smile, to laugh, to express whatever you're genuinely feeling without fear or self-consciousness. That's a freedom women fought for, the simple right to feel joy and show it. But speaking of things that seem utterly absurd, we're about to explore a Victorian anxiety so extreme, so completely divorced from reality, that it almost seems like satire, except it absolutely wasn't. We're talking about the piano leg panic, the actual documented practice of covering furniture legs because the sight of them might inspire impure thoughts. Yes, you heard that right. Furniture, legs, considered too provocative to be visible. The reasoning behind this will tell us everything we need to know about Victorian sexual anxiety and the lengths society would go to preserve and imagine purity. Trust me, this next part is wild. Alright, I need you to sit with this for a moment because it sounds completely made up, but I promise you it's not. There was a time when people, serious, educated people, believed that the sight of her piano leg could inspire sexual thoughts. Not a woman's leg, a piece of furniture. Specifically the curved wooden supports holding up a musical instrument. And the solution? Cover them up, drape them in fabric, hide them from view. Because apparently Victorian society had become so obsessed with propriety that even inanimate objects needed to be modest. This is the piano leg panic, and it reveals something profound about how completely unhinged Victorian anxiety about sexuality had become. Let me paint you a picture. It's 1840, Hartford, Connecticut. A respectable middle-class family, the Whitneys, has just purchased a beautiful new piano, a major investment and a symbol of their cultural refinement. Mrs. Whitney is thrilled. Her daughters will learn to play, demonstrating their accomplishments to potential suitors. But there's a problem. The piano, like most pianos of the era, sits on 4 elegantly curved legs. Cabriole legs, they're called, gracefully curved supports that were standard furniture design. Mrs. Whitney's visiting sister-in-law takes one look at the piano and gasps. Surely you're not going to leave it like that, uncovered. Mrs. Whitney is confused. I'm sorry? The legs, her sister-in-law hisses as if the furniture might overhear and be offended. They're completely exposed. It's indecent. Within a week, Mrs. Whitney has commissioned special fabric coverings, little fitted skirts that drape over each piano leg, hiding the curved wood from view. The piano's now properly modest. I know what you're thinking. This has to be exaggerated, right? Some kind of urban legend about Victorian prudery? Except it's not. The practice is well documented in household accounts, furniture catalogs, and contemporary commentary. People really did cover their furniture legs, and the reasons given were explicitly about sexual propriety. Now, here's where it gets complicated because historians debate exactly how widespread this practice was and what it really meant. Some argue that piano leg covering was relatively rare and has been exaggerated in popular memory as an example of Victorian excess. Others point to substantial evidence that it was common enough to be noteworthy. What's not debatable is that the anxiety about furniture legs was real and was connected to broader Victorian obsessions with covering anything that might remind people of human anatomy. Let's dig into where this bizarre practice came from and what it tells us about Victorian sexuality and gender relations. First, understand the context. Victorian middle and upper classes were experiencing what historians call the Great Repression, an intensification of sexual prudery that went far beyond previous eras. This wasn't just about controlling actual sexual behavior, it was about controlling anything that might trigger sexual thoughts. And the Victorian imagination apparently could be triggered by almost anything. The word leg itself became problematic. In polite society, you weren't supposed to say leg when referring to furniture or even to chicken at dinner. The preferred euphemism was limb, as in, please pass the chicken limb, or the table limb is wobbly. An etiquette book from 1853 titled The Canons of Good Breeding explicitly advises, a lady does not use the word leg in mixed company. This indelicate term should be replaced with limb when referring to furniture or animals. Direct references to the lower extremities are vulgar and suggest a coarseness of mind. So we've already established that even the word for a body part was too scandalous to say, even when talking about furniture. That's the level of anxiety we're dealing with. The piano leg situation specifically came about because pianos were prominently placed in parlors, the most public room in middle-class homes. The parlor was where you received guests, where courtship happened under chaperone supervision, where families displayed their respectability. And pianos, particularly the grand pianos that wealthy families owned, had very visible legs, often beautifully carved, sometimes quite curvaceous in their design, in a culture that was obsessed with covering women's actual legs to the point of health-damaging fashions. Having furniture with exposed curved legs apparently created psychological dissonance. There's a bizarre logic to it if you squint. If the sight of a woman's ankle is sexually provocative, if any curved line suggesting the female form is dangerous, then maybe curved furniture legs could be problematic too. It's insane, but it follows from the foundational assumption that curves, sexuality, danger. The fabric industry absolutely capitalized on this anxiety. By the 1850s and 1860s, furniture modesty became a minor industry. You could purchase ready-made furniture leg covers in various fabrics and styles. Furniture catalogs advertised tables and pianos with built-in fabric panels or decorative coverings. An 1867 advertisement from a New York furniture company reads, "Elegant parlor furniture with propriety panels. Ensure your home reflects your family's moral standards with our tastefully designed modesty coverings. Available for piano legs, table limbs, and decorative stands." Propriety panels. They were literally marketing morality through fabric. Some households took this to remarkable extremes. There are accounts of families covering not just piano legs but all furniture legs, tables, chairs, sofas. Some even covered the legs of decorative plant stands and magazine racks. One visitor to an American home in 1858 wrote in their diary, "I called on the Hendersons and found their parlor a maze of draped fabric. Every piece of furniture wore little skirts, as if the tables and chairs had been dressed for church. The effect was both absurd and slightly suffocating. The room felt over-decorated and fussy." But here's what's really interesting. This practice was never universal, and it varied significantly by region, class, and even religious denomination. It was more common in America than in Britain, though both places had practitioners. It was more common among middle-class families trying to prove their respectability than among established aristocracy who didn't need to prove anything, and it was particularly common among certain Protestant denominations with stricter views on modesty and propriety. Some scholars have argued that the piano leg covering was partly a class performance. By engaging in this elaborate propriety ritual, middle-class families were demonstrating that they knew the rules of respectability, that they were concerned with moral appearances, that they deserved to be considered refined. The wealthy didn't need to cover their furniture because their status was secure. The working class couldn't afford to because they had more pressing concerns. But the middle class, always anxious about maintaining respectability, always worried about falling down the social ladder, they embrace these visible markers of propriety. There's also a fascinating gender dimension to furniture modesty. The piano was specifically associated with femininity. It was the instrument proper young ladies learned to demonstrate their cultural accomplishment. So the anxiety about piano legs might have been connected to anxiety about women's presence in semi-public spaces. The parlor was a feminine domain, decorated and maintained by women, where women performed their social roles. Covering the furniture was another way of enforcing modesty in women's spaces, another reminder that anything curved or suggestive needed to be hidden. Critics of the practice existed even at the time. They were often mocked or dismissed as perverse for questioning the need for furniture modesty, but they pointed out the absurdity. One satirical piece from an 1856 British magazine mockingly suggested, "Perhaps we should blindfold ourselves entirely when entering parlors, lest the curves of a chair back or the roundness of a doorknob inspire impure contemplation. Better yet, let us furnish our homes entirely with square boxes, eliminating curves altogether from our domestic spaces." The satire hit on something real, the slippery slope of this thinking. If furniture legs need covering, what else might trigger improper thoughts? Where does the policing of potential sexual symbolism end? Some psychologists and social critics later analyzed the Victorian furniture modesty phenomenon as a symptom of sexual repression taken to pathological extremes. Sigmund Freud, whose theories about Victorian sexual anxiety became influential in the early 20th century, would have had a field day with this. The practice of covering furniture legs also intersected with racial and colonial hierarchies in interesting ways. European and American colonizers would contrast their civilized furniture modesty with the supposedly primitive nakedness of furniture in colonized regions. Even furniture became a marker of civilization versus barbarism in colonial discourse. It's worth noting that not everyone who covered their furniture legs did so because of sexual anxiety. Some people simply thought the fabric coverings were decorative. Some followed the practice because it was fashionable without thinking deeply about the purported moral reasoning behind it. But the fact that the practice existed at all, that it was widespread enough to spawn an industry and appear in etiquette guides and household manuals, tells us something important about Victorian culture. The decline of furniture leg covering came gradually. By the 1880s and 1890s, it was beginning to be seen as old-fashioned and overly fussy. Newer design aesthetics, influenced by the arts and crafts movement, celebrated natural wood and visible furniture construction, rather than hiding it under fabric. The early 20th century brought a reaction against Victorian decorative excess. Modernist design principles emphasized clean lines, functional forms, and honest materials. Covering furniture legs seemed ridiculous to the newer generations. A 1920s home decoration guide explicitly mocks the earlier practice. Our grandmothers, in their excessive delicacy, felt compelled to drape even their furniture in modest coverings. We recognize this for what it was, a neurotic preoccupation with propriety that made homes stuffy and uncomfortable. The modern woman decorates with confidence, not anxiety. Today, the idea of covering furniture legs for modesty seems like a parody of Victorian culture. It's become a popular example when people want to illustrate how ridiculously prudish that era was. But I think we should be careful about feeling too superior. Yes, covering piano legs because they might inspire sexual thoughts is absurd. But every era has its own anxieties and taboos that future generations will find equally bizarre. We live in a time when we Photoshop bodies to impossible standards, where we police women's clothing in schools and workplaces, where we have endless debates about appropriate and inappropriate images and expressions. The specific target of anxiety changes, furniture legs versus Instagram photos, but the underlying impulse to control and police anything that might be vaguely sexual, particularly as it relates to women and femininity, that impulse persists. The piano leg panic wasn't really about pianos. It was about a culture so uncomfortable with sexuality, so determined to suppress any hint of the erotic, that it started seeing sexual symbolism everywhere. And when you see threats everywhere, you end up with absurd defensive measures. It was also about women being held responsible for men's thoughts and reactions. The logic was essentially, if a man looks at a piano leg and has an impure thought, we must cover the piano leg, not address why the man is apparently unable to control his thoughts around furniture, but control the object that might trigger those thoughts. Sound familiar? It's the same logic that blames women's clothing for men's behavior, that says women must modify their appearance because men can't be expected to control themselves. The furniture didn't change. Men's capacity for self-control didn't change. What changed was the culture's willingness to engage in elaborate performances of purity that required constant vigilance and modification of ordinary objects and behaviors. So tonight, take a moment to look at the furniture around you. Appreciate that you can see table legs, chair legs, piano legs, without anyone suggesting that their visibility is morally problematic. It's a small thing, but it represents a shift away from seeing the world through a lens of constant sexual anxiety. And get ready, because our journey into absurd etiquette rules is about to enter even more intimate territory. We're going to explore the letter-writing laws, the strict protocols that governed how women could communicate, particularly with men. Because apparently a woman writing a letter to a man first was nearly as scandalous as proposing marriage herself. The rules were so complex, and the social consequences of getting them wrong so severe, that women developed secret codes and underground networks just to communicate freely. Stay with me, because the story of Victorian correspondence is about to reveal just how far women went to claim even a small piece of agency in their own lives. Communication. It's such a basic human need, right? The ability to reach out, to connect, to express your thoughts to someone who matters to you. Now imagine that basic need being controlled, regulated, and turned into a minefield of social rules where one wrong move could destroy your reputation. For Victorian women, simply writing a letter, putting pen to paper and sending thoughts to another person, was governed by rules so strict and consequences so severe that many women never got to freely express themselves in writing their entire lives. The fundamental rule was devastatingly simple. A woman could not write to a man first, not to initiate correspondence, not to continue a conversation, not even to thank him for something unless he had written to her first. The man must always be the one to begin. Let me tell you about Rose Beaumont, London, 1873. Rose is 23, intelligent, well-read, and desperately in love with a man named Edward Thornton. They've met several times at social gatherings, always properly chaperoned. Their conversations have been brief but meaningful. They share interest in literature, philosophy, current events. Edward lives across town and their social circles don't overlap frequently. After their last meeting, weeks pass without another encounter. Rose wants to write to him. She has thoughts about a book they discussed, questions she'd like to ask, things she wants to share. She sits at her writing desk multiple times, pen in hand, paper before her. But she doesn't write, because if she writes first, she's broken one of society's most ironclad rules. She's declared herself forward, aggressive, improper. She's essentially proposing herself to him, which will be mortifying even if she wanted to marry him, which she does but could never say. So she waits. Days turn into weeks, weeks into months. Edward never writes because perhaps he's waiting for some signal of her interest that she's not allowed to give. Or perhaps he's not interested and her writing would have revealed her feelings only to be rejected. Or perhaps he's simply busy and assumes if she were interested she'd find a way to communicate. Eventually, Rose hears through mutual acquaintances that Edward has become engaged to someone else. She never got to express her feelings, never got to explore what might have been, because the rules of correspondence made it impossible for her to reach out. Her diary entry from November 1873 says, "I have lost him not through any failure of feeling or compatibility, but through the silence imposed upon my sex. I had words I wanted to write, thoughts I wanted to share, but I was forbidden the simple act of putting them on paper and sending them. How many connections have been severed, how many possibilities destroyed by these arbitrary barriers to communication." This wasn't unusual. This was the reality for countless women who had to wait, passive and silent, hoping that men would initiate correspondence while being forbidden to do so themselves. The letter-writing rules were extensive and specific. Let's walk through what a woman had to navigate if she wanted to engage in written correspondence. Rule 1, as we've established. Never write first to a man who is not a close family member. Your father, brothers, uncles, fine. Cousins might be acceptable depending on how close the relationship. But any other man? Absolutely not until he writes to you first. Rule 2. Even if a man writes to you first, your response must be carefully calibrated. An etiquette manual from 1860 titled "The Art of Correspondence" instructs, "A lady's reply to a gentleman's letter should be prompt enough to avoid rudeness, but delayed enough to avoid appearing eager. 3 to 5 days is appropriate. The letter should be brief, polite, and restrained in emotion. Enthusiasm or excessive warmth suggests impropriety. 3 to 5 days. Imagine having something you're excited to respond to, thoughts you want to share immediately, but having to wait because responding too quickly might seem eager." Rule 3. The content of letters from women to men had to be carefully controlled. No expressions of strong emotion, no discussion of personal feelings beyond the most superficial, no controversial topics, certainly no complaints, criticisms, or disagreements. An 1875 Guide to Polite Letter Writing states, "A lady's correspondence should reflect the gentle qualities of her nature. She writes of pleasant topics, the weather, mutual acquaintances, cultural events, nature, and light philosophy. She avoids anything that might suggest strong passions or intellectual assertiveness." Rule 4. The length of letters was regulated too. A woman's letter to her man should be shorter than his letter to her. Matching his length was acceptable, but exceeding it suggested you had too much to say, that you were too invested, that you were claiming equal footing in the conversation. Rule 5. Certain words and phrases were forbidden. Direct statements of affection, obviously, but also anything that could be construed as too familiar. There are etiquette books that provide lists of appropriate and inappropriate words for ladies' correspondence. The regulations extended to physical aspects of letter writing too. The paper quality, the handwriting style, even the color of ink were all subject to social judgment. Good quality writing paper, but not too elaborate, that seemed pretentious. Neat, feminine handwriting, not too large and bold, not too small and timid, black or dark blue ink only. Colored inks were considered frivolous or inappropriate for correspondence with men. There's a wonderful parody from an 1888 women's magazine that mockingly suggests, "A lady's handwriting should be decorative but legible, confident but not assertive, flowing but not wild, individual but not eccentric. It should occupy the perfect middle ground between all possible extremes, achieving a mystical balance that demonstrates her perfect cultivation." The mockery highlights how impossible these standards were. Women were supposed to thread the needle of being just right on dozens of different parameters simultaneously. The consequences for violating letter-writing rules could be severe. A woman who wrote too freely, too frequently, or too intimately to a man risked being labeled fast or having her moral character questioned. There's a documented case from 1868 involving a young woman in Boston named Clara Henderson. She'd been corresponding with a man she'd met through friends. Their letters were perfectly proper in content, but Clara committed the error of writing slightly more frequently than he did, and her letters were slightly longer and more detailed. Someone, possibly a jealous rival or disapproving relative, saw some of the correspondence and began spreading rumors that Clara was pursuing the man inappropriately. The whispers spread through her social circle. The man, uncomfortable with the scrutiny and pressure, broke off the correspondence. Clara's reputation was damaged for months, all because she wrote letters that were too long and too frequent. The monitoring of women's correspondence was remarkably thorough. In many households, parents or chaperones would review letters before they were sent and after they were received. The privacy we associate with personal correspondence simply didn't exist for unmarried women. Some families required daughters to leave their letters unsealed so parents could read them before they are posted. Others would intercept and read letters that arrived. The justification was always protection. Protecting young women from inappropriate influences or from making mistakes that could damage their prospects. But the effect was surveillance and control. Women couldn't develop private relationships through correspondence. They couldn't explore ideas or express themselves freely knowing that someone else would read and judge every word. This created a strange double consciousness in letter writing. Women wrote two letters simultaneously, the actual words on the page, and the shadow letter they imagined their parents or chaperones reading. Every sentence had to pass multiple layers of approval, internal and external. Some women developed clever workarounds. They created codes, seemingly innocent phrases that carried hidden meanings. A reference to a specific book might signal a particular feeling. Discussing the weather in certain terms could convey emotional states. There are examples of Victorian correspondence where modern scholars have identified what appear to be coded messages. A letter that seems to be entirely about garden flowers is actually expressing romantic frustration. A discussion of a musical piece carries subtext about a relationship status. One particularly ingenious system involved using the language of flowers. Different blooms had specific meanings in Victorian culture. By discussing which flowers were blooming in her garden, or which she'd seen on a walk, a woman could actually be communicating complex emotional messages to a recipient who understood the code. But these codes required both parties to understand the system, and they were risky. If someone else decoded your meaning, the consequences could be serious. Women also formed letter-writing networks among themselves. Female friends would exchange letters freely, discussing topics they couldn't mention to men. Their true thoughts on courtship, marriage, politics, frustrations with social constraints. These networks became crucial spaces for women's intellectual and emotional development. Historian Carol Smith Rosenberg studied 19th-century women's correspondence and found rich, complex relationships maintained through letters. Friendships that provided emotional support, intellectual stimulation, and a sense of connection that the restricted world of mixed-gender correspondence couldn't offer. One collection of letters between two friends, Sarah Butler and Jeannie Field, spanning the 1860s and 1870s, shows them discussing everything from literature and women's rights to their personal struggles with the limitations placed on their lives. Sarah wrote in 1872, "To you I can write freely, without measuring every word or fearing judgment. These letters are my true voice, the one I'm forbidden to use elsewhere." The international postal system's expansion in the mid-19th century made correspondence easier and more common, which actually intensified the anxiety about women's letter writing. More opportunities for women to communicate meant more opportunities for them to potentially violate propriety. Some countries and regions had slightly different standards. French correspondence culture was somewhat more relaxed than British or American. In France, a woman might be able to write to a male friend with slightly more freedom, though still within bounds. American women traveling in Europe often noted the difference. One travel diary from 1881 mentions, "I find the continental approach to correspondence refreshingly sensible. I can write to male acquaintances about intellectual topics without the constant anxiety that characterizes such exchanges at home." The class dimensions of letter-writing rules are interesting too. Upper-class women faced stricter surveillance because they had more at stake. Their marriage prospects were more valuable and more carefully managed. Working-class women often had more practical reasons to write letters, coordinating employment, maintaining family connections across distances, and faced less intensive monitoring, though that correspondence was still constrained by resources and education. The education factor is crucial. Letter writing required literacy, quality paper, ink, postage, all expenses. Many working-class women couldn't afford regular correspondence even if they wanted to engage in it. But middle and upper-class women who were educated, who had resources, still found themselves limited by rules rather than by material constraints. They had the ability to communicate but were forbidden to use it fully. The literary world provides some fascinating examples of women pushing back against correspondence restrictions. Many female writers maintained extensive correspondence with male writers, editors, and intellectuals, navigating the social rules while trying to build professional relationships. Charlotte Bronte's letters to her publisher and to other writers show her carefully balancing professional necessity with social propriety. She had to write to men to conduct her career, but she was constantly aware of the scrutiny and judgment her correspondence might receive. George Eliot, who wrote under a male pseudonym partly to be taken seriously, also had to manage her correspondence carefully. Her relationship with George Henry Lewis, conducted partly through letters before they lived together, violated multiple social norms and contributed to her social ostracism. The suffragist movement explicitly addressed correspondence restrictions as part of women's broader lack of autonomy. If women couldn't initiate communication, if their letters were monitored and controlled, how could they organize politically, build networks, or engage in public discourse? The early women's rights conventions in the 1840s through 1870s facilitated letter exchanges among activists, creating communication networks that operated somewhat outside normal social restrictions because they framed their correspondence as political rather than personal. The late 19th and early 20th centuries gradually relaxed letter-writing restrictions. The typewriter, interestingly, played a role. Typewritten letters seemed more impersonal, more businesslike, and therefore less subject to romantic scrutiny. Women entering professions could write business letters to male colleagues with less anxiety about propriety. The expansion of women's education, with women attending colleges and universities, created communities where women corresponded with male classmates and professors as intellectual equals, normalizing cross-gender written communication. World War I, inevitably, broke down many of the old barriers. Women writing to soldiers overseas, brothers, friends, even acquaintances, became not just acceptable, but patriotic. The volume of cross-gender correspondence increased dramatically, and many of the old anxieties about women writing to men seemed petty in the context of wartime. By the 1920s, young women were writing letters to men with relative freedom. The specific rules about who could write first, how long to wait, what to say, these had largely evaporated. But think about what was lost during all those decades when women's correspondence was so heavily restricted. How many relationships never developed because women couldn't reach out? How many intellectual exchanges never happened because women weren't allowed to initiate them? How many women's voices were silenced, their thoughts unexpressed, their ideas unshared? The letter-writing laws weren't about protecting women. They were about limiting women's agency, controlling their relationships, and ensuring that even in the private act of writing, women remained passive and subordinate. Tonight, if you send a text or email or message to someone without thinking twice about it, appreciate that simple freedom. The ability to communicate when you want, with whom you want, saying what you want. That's a freedom women fought for, sometimes in ways as simple as writing a letter and sending it despite the rules. Now we've covered a lot of ground about what women couldn't do. Couldn't show their ankles, couldn't speak first, couldn't breathe fully, couldn't express emotion freely, couldn't write letters on their own terms. But here's something that might surprise you. There were things women were expected to do constantly, elaborate performances of work that they had to pretend weren't work at all, because wealthy women were supposed to appear idle and leisurely while actually managing complex households, a secret labor that consumed their lives while society pretended they did nothing. The servant's secret is about to reveal one of Victorian society's most elaborate hypocrisies. Here's a fascinating paradox that defined wealthy Victorian women's lives. They were expected to run complex households involving dozens of servants, manage intricate budgets, oversee food production and preservation, coordinate social events, and handle what was essentially a small business operation, all while appearing to do absolutely nothing. The ultimate achievement for an upper-class Victorian woman was to make all that labor invisible, to seem as though you spent your days in leisurely pursuits, embroidery, piano practice, reading novels, while behind the scenes you were actually working harder than many people with paid jobs. This is the servant's secret. Wealthy women worked constantly, but admitting it would destroy their social status. Let me introduce you to Margaret Ashford, wife of a successful London merchant, 1885. From the outside, Margaret's life looks like the epitome of leisured elegance. She sleeps late, takes tea in the drawing room, receives visitors, attends social events, and engages in refined hobbies. But here's what's actually happening. Margaret rises at 6 a.m., before most of her servants, to review the household accounts and plan the day's activities. She meets with her housekeeper at 7 a.m. to discuss menu planning, servant assignments, and household maintenance needs. She inspects the kitchen, the larder, the linen closets, checking that everything is properly maintained and nothing is being wasted or stolen. By 9 a.m., she's reviewing the household budget, which she manages down to the penny. She knows exactly how much is spent on coal, candles, food, servant wages, clothing maintenance, and dozens of other expenses. She makes decisions about when to order supplies, which vendors to use, how to economize without appearing to economize. At 10 a.m., she finally appears in the drawing room dressed elegantly, looking as though she's just awakened to a leisurely morning. If visitors call, they see a woman of grace and refinement, seemingly unburdened by mundane concerns. They have no idea she's already been working for 4 hours. The rest of Margaret's day continues this way. Moments of visible leisure punctuated by hidden bursts of management, oversight, and decision-making. She slips away from her embroidery to instruct the cook about dinner. She excuses herself from her piano practice to mediate a dispute between servants. She appears to be reading a novel, but is actually reviewing household inventory lists tucked inside the book's pages. By the time she goes to bed at 11 p.m., Margaret has worked a 15-hour day. But if you asked her what she did, she would say, with practiced modesty, "Oh, nothing much. I had some visitors, did a bit of reading, played the piano." To admit the truth, that she worked constantly and intensely, would be to admit that her husband couldn't afford enough servants to truly free her from labor, or that she was engaging in work which was considered unladylike and beneath her station. This performance of idleness while actually laboring in secret was one of the most exhausting aspects of upper-class Victorian womanhood. The ideology behind this contradiction came from what historians call the cult of domesticity, or the angel in the house mythology. The ideal Victorian woman was supposed to be a moral, spiritual presence in the home, inspiring and uplifting, but not actually doing practical work. An influential book from 1854 called The Women of England by Sarah Stickney Ellis describes the ideal woman's role. She is the presiding spirit of the home, the gentle influence that guides without commanding, the subtle hand that directs without appearing to labor. Her power lies in her seeming powerlessness, her work in her apparent leisure. Notice that phrasing, guides without commanding, directs without appearing to labor. The actual management had to happen, but it had to be invisible. The practical reality was that managing a wealthy Victorian household was genuinely complex work that required intelligence, organizational skills, financial acumen, and interpersonal management abilities. A large household might employ anywhere from 8 to 30 servants, depending on the family's wealth. Each servant had specific duties, and they formed their own hierarchy: housekeeper, cook, lady's maid, butler, footman, housemaids, scullery maids, and so on. The mistress of the house was theoretically in charge of all of this, though she was supposed to manage primarily through the housekeeper and butler, rather than directly supervising lower servants. But that meant she needed to effectively manage her managers, ensure they were competent and honest, and intervene when problems arose. Household account books from the period reveal the complexity of this management. One surviving ledger from an 1870s London household shows detailed tracking of expenses across dozens of categories. The lady of the house recorded every purchase, compared prices from different vendors, noted seasonal variations in food costs, and calculated servant wages including room, board, and occasional bonuses. This wasn't casual record keeping. This was sophisticated financial management that will be considered a skilled profession if it had been paid work done by a man. But if a woman discussed her household accounts at a social gathering, she'd be seen as vulgar and money-obsessed. The work had to be done, but talking about it was unseemly. The same applied to other aspects of household management. Menu planning, for instance, was actually quite complex. You needed to plan meals that were appropriate to your social status, elaborate enough to demonstrate wealth but not so ostentatious as to seem nouveau riche. You needed to account for seasonal availability of ingredients, nutritional balance, variety, and cost. Recipe books from the era show this complexity. One cookbook from 1882, titled The Complete Household Manager, contains not just recipes but detailed instructions on menu planning across seasons, how to store food, how to economize on ingredients without appearing to scrimp, and how to supervise kitchen staff. The introduction states, "The lady of the house must understand these matters thoroughly, while never appearing to have studied them. Her knowledge should seem instinctive, a natural feminine gift rather than learned expertise." There is again the requirement to be knowledgeable and competent while pretending it all comes naturally and effortlessly. Social event planning was another area of hidden labor. Hosting a dinner party, ball, or afternoon tea required weeks of planning and coordination. You had to manage invitations, menu selection, table settings, entertainment, servant assignments, and dozens of other details. A diary entry from 1878 by a woman named Louisa Vanderbilt describes preparing for a dinner party. "I spent 3 days this week planning the dinner, consulting with cook about the menu, reviewing the wine cellar inventory with James, ensuring the silver is properly polished, checking that we have enough fine linens, arranging the seating to avoid placing incompatible guests together, and overseeing the flower arrangements. Yet when the guests arrive and compliment me on the lovely evening, I must smile and say it was nothing at all, just a simple gathering. To reveal the work involved would suggest we lack sufficient staff, or that I am overly involved in management. That last line is crucial. To reveal the work involved would suggest we lack sufficient staff. The invisibility of work was a status marker. If you had to admit to working, it meant you couldn't afford enough servants to do everything, which meant you weren't as wealthy as you appeared. This created a perverse incentive to hide competence and effort. The more skilled you were at household management, the more you had to pretend you did nothing at all. The servant management aspect had its own complexities and contradictions. The Victorian household was a deeply hierarchical space with intricate social dynamics. Servants had grievances, ambitions, romances, conflicts, all of which the lady of the house had to navigate while maintaining authority and order. One particular challenge was the high turnover rate. Servants, especially younger ones, frequently changed positions seeking better wages or conditions. This meant constant hiring, training, and managing of new staff. Employment records from larger households show servants staying an average of 18 months to 2 years before moving on. This meant the lady of the house was perpetually training new staff, ensuring consistency in household operations despite changing personnel. There are accounts of women who were genuinely gifted household managers, brilliant organizers who could have excelled in any business context. But they had to hide that brilliance behind a facade of gentle, effortless femininity. One such woman was Hannah Culwick. Though her case is unusual because she left detailed diaries, Hannah worked as a servant but eventually married a gentleman, Arthur Munby, who was fascinated by class boundaries. Her diaries from the 1860s and 1870s describe the intense physical and mental labor of household work. And they also describe the ladies she worked for who, while appearing idle, were actually conducting complex management behind the scenes. Hannah wrote in 1867, "The mistress seems to do nothing all day. She sits in the drawing room looking pretty and receiving callers, but I know she rises before anyone else to inspect my cleaning. She checks the household accounts every morning. She plans every meal. She knows exactly how much coal we use and whether we're being economical. She works harder than anyone knows, but she'd never admit it." The class dimensions here are fascinating. Working-class women like Hannah could admit to their labor. They had to work for wages and everyone knew it. But upper-class women like her mistress had to hide their labor because admitting it would compromise their class status. There was also a racial dimension in colonial contexts. White European women managing households in colonies would often have large staffs of servants from colonized populations. The invisibility of white women's management work paralleled the invisibility of colonized people's humanity. In colonial ideology, both were forms of labor that the system required but couldn't acknowledge. The psychological toll of this constant performance, working hard while appearing not to work, was significant. Women's diaries and letters from the period frequently express exhaustion, frustration, and a sense of being trapped between expectations. One letter from 1881, written by a woman named Edith Wharton, not the famous novelist, a different Edith Wharton, says, "I am so tired. Tired of managing everything while pretending to manage nothing. Tired of knowing the price of every item in this household while acting shocked if anyone mentions money. Tired of running this small empire while being told I live a life of leisure. If I could admit to my labor, perhaps I could take pride in it. But instead I must hide it and feel guilty for doing what I must do to maintain our home." Some women found ways to claim their competence more publicly. The domestic science movement of the late 19th century created a framework for discussing household management as a legitimate field of knowledge. Women like Catherine Beecher and her sister Harriet Beecher Stowe published household management guides that treated domestic work as a science requiring education and skill. Beecher's 1869 book, The American Woman's Home, presents household management as an honorable profession worthy of study and respect. This was revolutionary because it challenged the idea that domestic work should be invisible or instinctive. Beecher argued that women should be educated in household management, that it was complex work deserving recognition. Of course, she was criticized by traditionalists who felt this approach was too commercial, too much like treating the home as a business rather than a spiritual haven. The tension between acknowledging women's domestic labor and maintaining the ideal of leisured femininity never fully resolved in the Victorian period. What changed instead was the broader economic and social context. The early 20th century brought smaller households, fewer servants due to changing economic conditions and expanding employment options for working-class women, and new technologies that changed domestic work. Without armies of servants to manage, the fiction of upper-class women doing nothing became harder to maintain. Women had to either do more visible domestic work themselves or acknowledge the management work they'd always been doing. The World Wars, particularly World War I, demolished many of these class pretensions. Women of all classes were suddenly doing visible work in factories, offices, hospitals. The idea that respectable women didn't work became obviously outdated. But it's worth noting what was lost during all those decades when women's household management labor was invisible and unacknowledged. Women developed genuine expertise, managed complex operations, made sophisticated decisions, and got no credit, no recognition, no sense of professional accomplishment. If a man managed a business with 30 employees, complex budgets, and intricate logistics, he'd be recognized as a skilled manager. Women doing equivalent work in their homes were supposed to pretend it required no effort or skill at all. Think about what that does to a person's sense of self, to be competent, skilled, and accomplished but never able to acknowledge it. To work hard but have everyone, including yourself, pretend you do nothing. The servant secret wasn't just about hiding work from others. It was about women being forced to hide their own capabilities from themselves, to internalize the idea that their labor didn't count, didn't matter, wasn't real work. So tonight, if you've ever felt like your work was invisible or undervalued, know that this is a very old pattern, particularly for women. The forms change, but the dynamic of unacknowledged labor persists. And as we move forward, brace yourself, because we're about to dive into something that combined danger, absurdity, and genuine tragedy in equal measure. We're talking about beach bathing in the Victorian era, specifically, the requirement that women swim in 40 pounds of clothing, the bathing machines, the drowning risks, the bizarre lengths society went to ensure women's bodies remained completely hidden even in the water. It's a story that perfectly encapsulates how etiquette rules could literally be life-threatening. Stay with me, because the beach bathing battle is about to get very dark before it gets hopeful. Water is supposed to be freeing, isn't it? The feeling of floating, the coolness on a hot day, the simple pleasure of swimming. Now imagine trying to experience any of that while wearing a full-length wool dress, multiple petticoats, stockings, shoes, and a bonnet, all of which become waterlogged and heavy the moment they get wet. Welcome to Victorian beach bathing, where women were required to enter the ocean wearing enough fabric to outfit a small theater production, creating a situation that was not just absurd but genuinely deadly. This isn't hyperbole. Women drowned because of bathing costume requirements. They died because modesty was valued more than their lives. Let me tell you about what happened on a beach in Brighton, England, in July 1863. A young woman named Sarah Collins, age 24, went to the seaside with her family for a health cure. Saltwater bathing was prescribed by doctors for various ailments, so the beach wasn't just recreation, it was considered medical treatment. Sarah was wearing the required bathing costume, a heavy flannel dress that reached from her neck to her ankles with long sleeves and a high collar. Under this, she wore flannel drawers that extended to her ankles. Over everything, she wore a short jacket for additional modesty. The entire outfit, when dry, weighed approximately 12 pounds. When wet, it would weigh 3 to 4 times that. The bathing process itself was elaborate. Sarah entered a bathing machine, essentially a wooden changing room on wheels. She changed into her bathing costume while the machine was on the beach. Then a horse pulled the machine into the water until it was deep enough for bathing. A canvas hood extended from the machine's door, creating a covered passage into the water, so that Sarah could enter without anyone on the beach seeing her. Once in the water, Sarah was supposed to stay close to the machine, hold onto a rope attached to it, and simply bob gently in the waves. Swimming, actual swimming, was discouraged. Women weren't supposed to know how to swim anyway, as swimming lessons would require removing too much clothing. But that day, the current was stronger than usual. A wave pulled Sarah away from the machine. Her heavy costume immediately became waterlogged, dragging her down. She tried to swim back to the rope, but the weight of the fabric made movement nearly impossible. She went under. A male bather nearby saw her struggling and swam toward her. But he faced a terrible dilemma. To save her, he would have to touch her, grab her, possibly be seen in physical contact with her. This would be a massive scandal. For several crucial seconds he hesitated, aware that helping her could ruin both their reputations. He did eventually pull her to safety, but not before she'd swallowed significant water and nearly drowned. When Sarah was finally back on the beach, gasping and terrified, the reaction from onlookers wasn't relief or concern. It was scandal. The man had touched her. They'd been seen together. Sarah's family was mortified, not because she'd almost died, but because a strange man had put his hands on her. Sarah's near drowning was reported in local newspapers not as a cautionary tale about dangerous bathing costumes, but as a story about impropriety and the difficulty of maintaining decorum at the seaside. Can you imagine? A woman nearly dies, and the public conversation is about whether it was proper for someone to save her life. Sarah's case wasn't unique. Drowning deaths related to heavy bathing costumes were regular enough that some medical journals began commenting on them. An 1867 article in The Lancet, a respected British medical journal, documented several cases of women drowning in shallow water due to their bathing costumes becoming waterlogged and dragging them under. The article stated, "We observe with concern the continued practice of female bathing in costumes so heavy and restrictive that they present a genuine danger to life. We have documented 7 fatalities this season alone in which women of good health drowned in water of insufficient depth to pose danger to any swimmer unencumbered by excessive clothing. 7 deaths in one season." In just the cases one journal happened to document, the bathing costume requirements grew out of the same modesty obsession we've been exploring all night, but they were particularly absurd because they apply to an activity that's inherently physical and where heavy clothing is genuinely dangerous. The Victorian bathing costume evolved from earlier, slightly less restrictive garments. In the early 1800s, women might bathe in a loose shift or chemise, but as the century progressed and modesty culture intensified, the costumes became more elaborate and more dangerous. By the 1860s and 1870s, the standard women's bathing costume consisted of multiple pieces. There was the bathing dress itself, usually made of heavy flannel or serge, a thick woolen fabric, extending from neck to ankle with long sleeves. Underneath were flannel drawers, also extending to the ankle. Many women wore stockings as well. Some designs included weighted hems to ensure the dress wouldn't float up in the water, because showing your legs was worse than drowning apparently. The colors were typically dark, navy, black, or dark gray, because light-colored fabric became semi-transparent when wet, which would be scandalous. Some costumes had elaborate trim, buttons, and decorative elements. One fashion magazine from 1872 describes a bathing costume with 18 buttons, decorative braiding, and a pleated skirt, as if anyone needed pleats while trying not to drown. The bathing machine industry grew into a significant business at seaside resorts. These machines were expensive to build and maintain, requiring horses, drivers, and attendants. Resorts invested heavily in them because they were seen as essential for respectable female bathing. Bathing machine fees were a regular expense for families visiting the seaside. An 1875 price list from a Brighton resort shows that hiring a bathing machine cost between 1 shilling and half a crown per use. Not insignificant money for middle-class families, but considered necessary for propriety. The machines themselves were claustrophobic wooden boxes, often poorly ventilated, hot, and stuffy. Women would change in these cramped spaces, then emerge into the water from the canvas-covered doorway. The whole process was uncomfortable, undignified, and most importantly, didn't actually provide much privacy because everyone knew exactly what you were doing. There's a darkly funny account from an 1868 diary where a woman describes her first bathing machine experience. "I was shut into a wooden box barely larger than a coffin, jolted about as horses dragged it into the sea, and told to change into a costume that weighed more than my normal dress. By the time the machine stopped and I was expected to enter the water, I was sweating profusely, dizzy from the heat and motion, and wearing 40 pounds of wet wool. I stepped into the ocean and immediately understood why bathing is called taking the waters, because the waters take you." That last line is sardonic humor covering genuine terror. The class dimensions of bathing restrictions were significant. Working-class women who swam in rivers or lakes for practical purposes, washing clothes, cooling off during hot weather, wore simpler, lighter garments, because they couldn't afford elaborate bathing costumes and didn't face the same social scrutiny as middle and upper-class women. This created a perverse situation where wealthy women, who could afford to visit seaside resorts and hire bathing machines, were in more danger while bathing than poor women, who simply waded into rivers in their chemises. Some resorts had ladies' bathing hours, when men were forbidden from the beach entirely, allowing women slightly more freedom in their bathing activities. But even during these hours, the costume requirements remained strict because female attendants and other women were watching and judging. The medical establishment had contradictory positions on female bathing. On one hand, doctors prescribed sea bathing for various ailments. It was supposed to cure everything from depression to digestive problems to female complaints, which was vague Victorian code for reproductive health issues. On the other hand, doctors warned about the dangers of women swimming too vigorously or in water that was too cold, claiming it could damage their reproductive systems. An 1870 medical guide warns, "Ladies should enter the water only briefly and should avoid any strenuous movement that might overtax their delicate constitutions or disturb the reproductive organs." So women were supposed to bathe for their health, but not actually exercise or swim, and they needed to do it wearing enough fabric to stock a textile shop. The restrictions on women learning to swim were particularly damaging. Swimming was considered unladylike, and swimming lessons would require wearing less restrictive clothing, which was improper. So women were put into dangerous situations, the ocean, wearing heavy clothing, without the skills, swimming, that might save their lives. Some progressive voices called this out. A women's rights publication from 1874 included an editorial titled, "The Absurdity of Bathing Dress," that argued, "We send our daughters to the seaside for health, costume them in garments designed to drown them, forbid them to learn the swimming skills that might save them, and then express shock when tragedies occur. This is not modesty. This is systematic negligence bordering on criminal." But these progressive voices were drowned out, forgive the grim pun, by traditionalists who insisted that any relaxation of bathing costume standards would lead to moral corruption. The resistance to bathing dress reform came from the same place as resistance to all the other etiquette rules we've discussed. The idea that women's modesty and propriety were more important than their safety, comfort, or lives. Some women fought back against these restrictions. There are accounts of women who, during ladies-only bathing hours, would wear lighter costumes or even dare to actually swim. They faced fierce criticism and were called immodest, unfeminine, and improper. Annette Kellerman, an Australian swimmer, became famous and infamous in the early 1900s for wearing a fitted one-piece bathing suit that showed her arms and legs. She was arrested for indecency on a Boston beach in 1907. Her crime? Wearing a practical swimming costume that allowed her to actually swim. But Kellerman fought back. She argued publicly that the traditional bathing costume was dangerous and that women should be allowed to wear practical swimming attire. She gave swimming demonstrations, wrote articles, and eventually her style of bathing suit became more acceptable. The shift away from heavy bathing costumes was gradual and faced resistance every step of the way, as women became more active in sports and recreation in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The impracticality of heavy bathing dress became undeniable. The bicycle again played a role. Women who cycled, who were comfortable with physical activity and practical clothing, were more likely to demand practical bathing costumes too. World War I, as usual, accelerated change. With women working in physically demanding jobs, the idea that they were too delicate to swim properly seemed ridiculous. Bathing costumes became shorter, lighter, more practical. By the 1920s, women's bathing costumes had transformed dramatically. Sleeveless, shorter, made of lighter materials that dried quickly. They were recognizable as actual swimwear rather than drowning hazards. But it's worth remembering what happened during all those decades when women were required to bathe in dangerous costumes. How many women died who might have been saved if they'd been wearing reasonable attire and had been taught to swim? How many women avoided the ocean entirely, missing out on recreation and health benefits because the requirements were so onerous? And how many women suffered near-drowning experiences like Sarah Collins, only to be blamed for impropriety rather than having their genuine danger acknowledged? The beach bathing battle reveals something important about how etiquette rules functioned. They weren't just silly or inconvenient. They were sometimes genuinely life-threatening. And even when the danger was obvious, even when women were dying, the rules were defended because maintaining the appearance of modesty was considered more important than women's actual well-being. Tonight, if you've ever been swimming, take a moment to appreciate the simple freedom of it. The ability to wear practical swimming attire, to move through water without being dragged down by fabric, to learn swimming skills without it being considered improper. Women fought for that freedom. Some of them died before achieving it. That's not an exaggeration, that's historical fact. But all the rules we've explored tonight, from ankles to voices to breathing to laughter to gloves to chaperones, to calling cards to furniture to letters to invisible labor to bathing costumes, they all come back to one fundamental thing: control over women's bodies, women's movements, women's very existence in the world. And we're not quite done yet. Because while we've covered physical restrictions and social restrictions, we haven't yet fully explored intellectual restrictions. Coming up next, we're diving into the reading restriction, the idea that certain books could literally corrupt female minds and needed to be forbidden. The list of books women weren't allowed to read is stunning, and the reasoning behind it reveals Victorian society's deep fear of educated, informed women. But it also reveals how women created secret libraries, underground reading circles, and networks for sharing forbidden knowledge. Stay with me, because the story of Victorian women and forbidden books is about to show us that even when every other freedom was restricted, women still found ways to feed their minds. Knowledge is power, which is exactly why Victorian society worked so hard to keep it away from women. Not all knowledge, of course. Women were encouraged to read poetry, moral tales, and religious texts, but novels, philosophy, science, political theory, those were considered dangerous, corrupting, capable of damaging a woman's delicate mind and making her unfit for her proper role in society. There were actual lists, published circulated lists, of books that women should not be allowed to read. And families took these lists seriously, locking away forbidden volumes, monitoring their daughters' reading habits, and treating books like contraband. But here's the beautiful part. Women read them anyway. They created secret libraries, underground lending networks, and elaborate schemes to access the knowledge they were being denied. And in doing so, they proved exactly why those books were considered dangerous. Because educated women started questioning everything. Let me take you to a bookshop in London, 1872. A young woman named Charlotte Freeman, aged 19, enters the shop with her mother's maid as chaperone. She's supposedly looking for a new volume of poetry, something safe and appropriate. But what Charlotte really wants is hidden behind the counter. She's heard about a new novel that's causing scandal, Middlemarch, by George Eliot. It's a complex, intellectually challenging book about a woman who has ambitions beyond marriage, who cares about learning and making a meaningful contribution to the world. Charlotte can't ask for it directly, not with the maid listening, so she uses a prearranged signal with the shopkeeper, a progressive-minded man who believes women should be allowed to read what they choose. She asks to see the new volume of Botanical Illustrations, which is their code. The shopkeeper nods, disappears into the back room, and returns with a package wrapped in plain brown paper. Inside is Middlemarch, but the outside label reads Mrs. Hemans' Sacred Poetry, a thoroughly respectable approved title. Charlotte pays, the maid sees nothing suspicious, and they leave. Back home, Charlotte will hide the book inside the cover of an approved text, reading it in stolen moments when she's supposed to be doing needlework or practicing piano. This wasn't unusual. This was how countless Victorian women accessed forbidden knowledge, through deception, code words, disguised packages, and networks of sympathetic booksellers and librarians. The ideology behind reading restrictions for women was built on several assumptions, all of which were nonsense but were treated as scientific fact. First, there was the idea that women's brains were smaller and less capable than men's, and therefore couldn't handle complex or challenging material. An 1873 medical text by Dr. Edward Clark of Harvard claimed that excessive study could damage women's reproductive systems by diverting blood flow from the uterus to the brain. Yes, you read that correctly. The theory was that if women used their brains too much, their wombs would suffer. This was presented as established medical science. Second, there was the belief that certain ideas were inherently corrupting to female virtue. Books that dealt with passion, ambition, social criticism, or unconventional relationships were seen as planting dangerous thoughts that might make women dissatisfied with their prescribed roles. An 1860 conduct manual states, A young lady should avoid novels that present heroines of strong will and independent spirit, as these create unrealistic expectations and discontent with the quiet domestic life for which she is suited. In other words, don't let women read about women who wanted more from life, because they might start wanting more too. Third, there was anxiety about sexual knowledge. Any book that dealt with romance in anything beyond the most chaste and abstract terms was considered dangerous. Women were supposed to be innocent of sexual knowledge until their wedding night, so anything that might inform them about physical relationships was absolutely forbidden. The lists of forbidden books varied somewhat depending on who was compiling them, but there were certain common targets. French novels were almost universally banned for young women. Anything by Balzac, Flaubert, or Dumas was considered far too racy and morally questionable. The fact that these were literary masterpieces didn't matter. They dealt with adultery, passion, and social realities that proper young ladies weren't supposed to know about. Even some English novels were problematic. Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre was controversial because Jane was too independent and passionate. The book was criticized in an 1848 review as dangerous reading for young females because it presented a heroine who claimed equality with men and followed her own moral compass. Anything touching on evolution or scientific materialism was forbidden. Darwin's On the Origin of Species was definitely not for female readers. Neither were works by Herbert Spencer or other scientists whose ideas challenged religious orthodoxy. Political and philosophical works were almost entirely off-limits. John Stuart Mill's The Subjection of Women, which argued for women's rights and equality, was paradoxically forbidden to the very people it was written to support. Women weren't supposed to read arguments for their own liberation. Even poetry could be dangerous if it was too passionate or unconventional. Lord Byron's works were often restricted because of their sensuality, and Byron's scandalous personal life. One particularly absurd example: some families forbade their daughters from reading Shakespeare without editorial censorship. Special family editions of Shakespeare were published with all the sexual references, violence, and morally questionable content removed or sanitized. There's a published edition from 1864 called The Family Shakespeare, edited by Thomas Bowdler, which is where we get the word bowdlerize, that removes huge chunks of the plays to make them suitable for female readers and young persons. The result is often incoherent, but at least it's pure. The enforcement of reading restrictions varied by family but could be quite strict. Some households had locked bookcases where questionable volumes were kept, accessible only to the male head of household. Daughters were given keys only to the cases containing approved books. Other families would review every book a daughter requested from a library or wanted to purchase. Some kept reading diaries where daughters had to record what they'd read, ensuring parental oversight of their intellectual diet. Educational institutions for young women had their own restrictions. Finishing schools and female academies carefully curated their libraries, excluding anything that might give young ladies improper ideas. An 1870 catalogue from a prestigious girls' school in Boston lists their library holdings: hundreds of volumes of poetry, moral tales, religious works, and sanitized history. Conspicuously absent: contemporary novels, political philosophy, scientific works, or anything that might encourage independent thinking. But here's what's fascinating: the restrictions created their own resistance. The very act of forbidding books made them more desirable and led women to go to great lengths to access them. Secret book clubs formed among women. They would pool resources to purchase forbidden books, hide them in agreed-upon locations, and circulate them among the group. Each member would read quickly and pass the book along before it could be discovered. There's documentation of one such club in Philadelphia in the 1860s. A group of 8 women, ages 18 to 28, maintained what they called their subversive library, a collection of banned books hidden in the attic of one member's home. They met monthly, ostensibly for needlework but actually to discuss their forbidden reading. Their reading list, preserved in one member's journal, included Jane Eyre, works by George Sand, a French female writer who wore men's clothing and challenged every social convention, political essays, scientific works, and contemporary novels that dealt with social issues. The journal entry from 1866 says, "We are told these books will corrupt us, make us unfit for marriage and motherhood. Perhaps they are right to fear. Since reading Mill's essays on liberty, I find it increasingly difficult to accept arguments for my own subjugation. Is this corruption, or is it awakening?" That's the perfect question, isn't it? From the perspective of those trying to maintain control, yes, these books were corrupting. They were corrupting the very assumptions that kept women subordinate. Libraries became complicated spaces in this context. Public libraries were expanding in the 19th century, theoretically providing access to knowledge for everyone. But many libraries had separate reading rooms for women with restricted book selections, or required written permission from a male family member before a woman could borrow certain books. Some librarians, however, were quietly subversive. There are accounts of librarians, both male and female, who would help women access forbidden books through various creative methods, miscataloguing books, allowing women to browse unrestricted sections when no one was watching, or simply looking the other way. One librarian in New York, a woman named Lydia Abbott, kept detailed records in the 1880s of her work, helping female readers access books they weren't supposed to read. Her private journal describes developing a system where women could request books using numerical codes rather than titles, protecting them from scrutiny. She wrote in 1884, "I have facilitated the intellectual liberation of dozens of women this year. Society tells them their minds are too weak for serious study, then wonders why women seem intellectually inferior. I know the truth. Given access to knowledge, women are every bit as capable as men. I see it daily in the questions they ask, the insights they share, the hunger for learning they display." The international dimension of reading restrictions is interesting. American and British restrictions were similar, though American women often had slightly more access to education and libraries due to different social structures. But European countries varied widely. French women of certain classes had more intellectual freedom. Salons hosted by women were spaces for literary and philosophical discussion. Scandinavian countries were generally more progressive about women's education. This created opportunities for privileged women who could travel. Spending time in France or Italy, ostensibly for cultural education, often meant accessing books and ideas unavailable at home. The class dimensions were significant too. Working-class women who were literate, and many weren't due to limited educational access, faced fewer restrictions on reading simply because no one was monitoring them as closely. If a factory worker wanted to read a sensational novel, no one particularly cared. But middle and upper-class women faced intense scrutiny precisely because their reading habits were seen as reflecting on their family's respectability and their own marriageability. The consequences of being caught with forbidden books could be severe. Not legal consequences. There were no laws against women reading, but social ones. A young woman discovered reading inappropriate material might be punished by confinement to her room, withdrawal of privileges, or in extreme cases, being sent away to relatives in the country to recover her moral sensibility. One documented case from 1875 involved a young woman in Philadelphia who was found reading a French novel. Her father threw the book in the fireplace and she was forbidden to visit the library for 6 months. She was also temporarily removed from society. No parties, no calls, no social engagements. until the family was confident she'd learned her lesson. The irony is that many of the books forbidden to women were written by women. George Eliot, the Bronte sisters, George Sand. These authors often used male pseudonyms partly to be taken seriously, but their works were still considered too dangerous for female readers. Female authors themselves often wrote about the absurdity of reading restrictions. In an 1847 preface to Jane Eyre, Charlotte Bronte, writing as Cura Belle, addresses criticism that her book is unsuitable for female readers. I am told that my heroine is too passionate, too independent, too unwomanly. I maintain that she is merely human, and that women are entitled to the full range of human emotion and ambition. The late 19th century brought gradual changes. The expansion of women's colleges created communities where women could read freely and discuss ideas openly. Bryn Mawr, Vassar, Wellesley, and other institutions built serious academic libraries that didn't restrict women's access to knowledge. The suffragist movement explicitly connected intellectual freedom with political freedom, Susan B. Anthony stated in an 1875 speech. We are told we cannot understand political matters, yet we are forbidden the books that would educate us politically. We are told our minds are inferior, yet we are denied the intellectual nourishment that develops minds. This is not protection. This is deliberate handicapping. The early 20th century saw most formal reading restrictions for women disappear. The rise of mass-market publishing, public education, and changing social attitudes made it impossible to maintain strict control over women's reading. But it's worth reflecting on what was lost during all those decades when women's intellectual development was deliberately stunted. How many female thinkers, writers, scientists, or philosophers might have emerged if they'd had unrestricted access to knowledge? How much collective intelligence was wasted by restricting half the population's access to learning? And how many women internalized the message that they were intellectually inferior because they were denied the very tools, books, education, intellectual discourse that would have proven otherwise? The reading restrictions weren't about protecting women. They were about maintaining ignorance as a tool of control. An educated woman is a dangerous woman. Dangerous to systems of oppression, that is. So tonight, if you can pick up any book you want, read any website, access any information, appreciate that freedom. It was hard-won. I'm speaking of bodily functions and social control. We're moving into territory that's going to seem almost comically absurd, but was deadly serious to the people involved, because Victorian society didn't just police what women could read or wear or say. It even tried to control how they coughed, sneezed, and breathed in public. The sneeze situation is about to reveal just how far etiquette rules invaded even the most basic, involuntary human functions. And the medical consequences, they were more serious than you might think. Your body has involuntary functions. Your heart beats. Your lungs breathe. And sometimes when irritants enter your respiratory system, you sneeze or cough. These are automatic protective reflexes that you literally cannot control. Victorian society looked at these basic biological functions and said, we need rules for those. Extensive, complicated rules that women must follow even when their bodies are trying to expel dust or prevent choking. Yes, there were etiquette guidelines for how women were supposed to sneeze, cough, yawn, hiccup, and even breathe in public. And the consequences of doing any of these things incorrectly range from social embarrassment to actual medical harm. This is the sneeze situation, and it's going to show you just how deeply etiquette rules invaded women's bodies, right down to their autonomic nervous system. Let me paint you a scene. Vienna, 1879. A formal dinner party at an aristocratic household. Among the guests is a young woman named Katharina Meller, age 21. visiting from a slightly less wealthy family hoping to make connections in high society. The dinner is proceeding perfectly. Katerina has navigated all the rules successfully. Correct gloves, appropriate conversation, proper posture. She's feeling confident. Then, disaster. Dust from the elaborate floral centerpiece tickles her nose. She feels a sneeze coming, not a small one. A real full-body sneeze that her respiratory system is demanding she expel. Katerina has about 3 seconds to make a choice. She can sneeze naturally and violate every rule of feminine deportment, or she can try to suppress it according to the elaborate protocol she's been taught. She chooses suppression. She inhales sharply, holds her breath, pinches her nose through her handkerchief, and forces the sneeze inward. The pressure has to go somewhere. Her ears pop painfully, her eyes water. Her chest aches from the held breath and internal pressure. A tiny, almost inaudible squeak escapes her lips. Success, by Victorian standards. She's suppressed her natural bodily function to the point where it's barely noticeable. But the dinner continues, and Katerina's ears are ringing. By the next morning, one ear is completely blocked and painful. Within 2 days, she's developed a serious ear infection from the pressure of suppressing that sneeze. She'll spend the next 3 weeks in bed, partially deaf in one ear for months afterward. All because letting out a normal sneeze would have been unladylike. This isn't made up. Medical journals from the Victorian era document cases of women developing ear infections, burst blood vessels in the eyes, and even hernias from suppressing coughs and sneezes too forcefully. An 1868 article in the British Medical Journal titled, "On the Dangers of Suppressing Natural Excretions and Exhalations," specifically warns about women injuring themselves by following etiquette rules about bodily functions. The doctor who wrote it stated, "I have treated numerous cases of young ladies who have damaged their health through excessive restraint of natural functions. The social pressure to suppress coughs, sneezes, and other bodily sounds has resulted in genuine medical harm." Think about that. Doctors were treating women injured by etiquette rules and writing medical papers about it, and still society insisted women continue following those rules. So what exactly were the rules about sneezing and coughing? Let's break down the absurdity. Rule 1. A lady never sneezes loudly or suddenly. An etiquette manual from 1875 instructs, should a lady feel a sneeze approaching, she must suppress it entirely if possible. If suppression is impossible, the sneeze must be muffled through a handkerchief and reduced to the quietest sound achievable. A loud sneeze is evidence of poor breeding and lack of self-control. Note the language. Lack of self-control over an involuntary reflex. You are supposed to control the uncontrollable. Rule 2. The physical presentation of a sneeze must be minimized. No throwing your head back, no convulsive body movement, no scrunching up your face. You are supposed to sneeze while maintaining ladylike composure, essentially motionless and expressionless. An 1863 Guide to Refined Manners advises, the face should remain serene even during the act of sneezing. Practice before a mirror to achieve the ability to expel irritants without facial distortion. Practice sneezing in front of a mirror. Let that sink in. They wanted women to rehearse involuntary reflexes until they could perform them without visible reaction. Rule 3. Never sneeze in the direction of others, and ideally, turn away entirely so others barely notice the occurrence. This part actually makes some practical sense from a hygiene standpoint, but the Victorian version took it to extremes. You were supposed to practically disappear if you needed to sneeze. Rule 4. Apologize afterward. Even though sneezing is involuntary and not your fault, you should still offer a quiet apology for the disruption. "Excuse me," or "I beg your pardon," said softly. The coughing rules were similarly elaborate. Coughing was considered particularly problematic because it could be loud, could last several seconds, and often couldn't be suppressed at all if you were actually choking or had a genuine respiratory problem. The protocol for coughing involved holding a handkerchief to your mouth, turning away from company, and producing the quietest cough possible. If you had a persistent cough from illness, you were often expected to simply not appear in public until it subsided. One etiquette book from 1880 states bluntly, "A lady suffering from a cough severe enough to be audible in company should excuse herself from social engagements until her health is restored." The disruption of polite gathering by repeated coughing is inconsiderate and offensive. So if you were sick, you should be socially isolated, not for public health reasons but because your symptoms were annoying to others. Yawning had its own rules. Yawning in public was considered extremely rude and a sign of boredom or laziness. If you felt a yawn coming, you were supposed to suppress it entirely or hide it so completely that no one could tell. The technique taught in finishing schools involved keeping your mouth closed, breathing through your nose and possibly pressing your tongue against the roof of your mouth to stop the reflex. If the yawn was too strong to suppress, you could camouflage it by bringing your handkerchief to your face as if attending to your nose, yawning into the fabric and then lowering the handkerchief without anyone being the wiser. An 1877 handbook advises, "Yawning suggests either poor health or poor manners, neither of which a lady wishes to display. Master the art of the concealed yawn, and practice sufficient self-regulation to avoid situations of excessive fatigue that might induce yawning." Practice sufficient self-regulation to avoid excessive fatigue. In other words, don't get tired, because the natural response to tiredness is socially unacceptable. Hiccups were perhaps the most challenging because they're entirely involuntary and often prolonged. The etiquette advice for hiccups mostly involved trying every folk remedy to stop them as quickly as possible, and if they persisted, removing yourself from company. But here's where it gets darker. Some of the remedies for hiccups that were recommended in etiquette books were actually dangerous. One manual suggests drinking water while holding your breath and pinching your nose, which could cause choking. Another recommends sudden shock, having someone frighten you, which for women in tight corsets could cause fainting. Even breathing itself was monitored. We talked earlier about corsets making deep breathing impossible. But beyond that, there were rules about audible breathing. Breathing should be quiet, imperceptible. Sighing was considered melodramatic and attention-seeking. Panting or gasping, even after physical exertion like climbing stairs, was unrefined. An 1872 etiquette guide actually includes this instruction. A lady's breathing should be so quiet as to be inaudible to those around her. Heavy breathing suggests robust health, more suited to field work than refined society, or worse, suggests exertion unbecoming to a lady. So even the sound of oxygen entering your body was supposed to be controlled and hidden. The medical consequences of all this bodily function suppression was serious and well documented, though largely ignored by etiquette authorities. Suppressing sneezes, as we saw with Katharina, could cause ear problems, sinus infections, and in extreme cases damage to the inner ear or blood vessels. Suppressing coughs when your body needed to clear your airways could lead to more serious respiratory infections, pneumonia, or chronic lung problems. The constant shallow breathing required by corsets and encouraged by etiquette led to chronic oxygen deprivation, which contributed to the fainting, fatigue, and nervous disorders that Victorian women were constantly experiencing. A physician named Dr. Arabella Keneally published an article in 1899 titled "The Toilet of Health" that explicitly connected women's health problems to restrictive clothing and etiquette demands. She wrote, "We wonder why women suffer from nervous exhaustion, headaches, and weakness, yet we forbid them to breathe deeply, insist they suppress natural excretory functions, and compress their torsos in garments that prevent adequate oxygenation. The mystery is not why women are unwell, but how they survive at all under such conditions. That last line is devastating in its honesty. How did women survive? By being tougher and more resilient than society gave them credit for. The class and cultural dimensions of bodily function etiquette are revealing. These elaborate suppression techniques were markers of upper-class refinement. Working-class women who sneezed normally, coughed audibly, or breathed heavily were seen as coarse and unrefined. This created another hierarchy where women's bodies were judged. If you could successfully suppress all natural functions, you proved you had the self-control and refinement of the upper classes. If you couldn't, if you sneezed normally or coughed when you needed to, you revealed yourself as lower class or poorly bred. There's also a gendered double standard, as with everything we've discussed tonight. Men face some expectations about polite coughing and sneezing, but nothing like the elaborate suppression required of women. A man could sneeze heartily, cough openly when needed, and yawn without extensive camouflage. These were seen as evidence of his vitality and robust health. Women doing the same things were considered vulgar and uncontrolled. Some women's health advocates began speaking out against these practices in the late 19th century. The dress reform movement, which opposed corsets, also opposed the extreme suppression of bodily functions. Dr. Mary Putnam Jacobi, one of the first female doctors in America, published research in the 1880s showing that women's supposed physical weakness was largely the result of restrictive practices, not inherent biology. She included data on respiratory function in corseted versus uncorseted women, showing dramatic differences in lung capacity and oxygenation. Her work was often dismissed or ignored, but it provided scientific evidence for what women already knew from experience. These rules were harmful. The turn of the 20th century brought gradual changes, as women became more physically active, playing sports, riding bicycles, engaging in outdoor recreation. The fiction that they couldn't breathe heavily or cough when needed became unsustainable. The 1918 influenza pandemic also shifted attitudes. When millions were sick and coughing, the idea that coughing should be daintily suppressed seemed absurd. Public health campaigns actually encouraged people to cough and sneeze into handkerchiefs for hygiene reasons, which normalized these bodily functions. By the 1920s, most of the elaborate suppression protocols had been abandoned. Women could sneeze, cough, yawn, and breathe without extensive performance or apology. But it's worth thinking about what these rules represented. They were about controlling women's bodies at the most fundamental level, literally controlling how air moved in and out of their lungs, how they expelled irritants from their respiratory systems. When you control someone's breathing, when you make them feel ashamed of involuntary bodily functions, you're sending a powerful message. Your body is not your own. Even its most basic operations are subject to external regulation and judgment. Tonight, take a deep breath, a real one, filling your lungs completely. Appreciate that you can do that without asking permission, or worrying about whether it's ladylike. If you need to sneeze, you can sneeze. If you need to cough, you can cough. Your body can function as it's designed to, without performing propriety. These seem like small freedoms until you remember they were denied to millions of women for generations. Now, as we near the end of our journey tonight, we're going to explore something that brings together many of the themes we've discussed: control over women's bodies, economic dependence, and the systematic limiting of women's agency. Because Victorian women weren't just forbidden from showing ankles, speaking freely, or breathing deeply. They were actively forbidden from touching money, from engaging in financial transactions, from having any real economic independence. The Money Madness is about to reveal how financial restriction was used as one of the most effective tools of control, and how women's fight for the simple right to earn and manage their own money was one of the most important battles of the era. Money represents freedom, the ability to buy what you need, to make choices, to support yourself, to leave a bad situation if necessary. Economic independence is fundamental to human autonomy. Victorian society understood this perfectly, which is exactly why they worked so hard to keep money out of women's hands. It wasn't just that women earned less than men, or that most professions were closed to them, though both those things were true. It went deeper than that. Women were actively discouraged, and in some cases legally forbidden, from handling money at all. Touching currency was considered unladylike, degrading, and in some circles, literally unclean. The lady who managed a complex household budget, as we discussed earlier, had to do so while pretending money didn't exist, and unmarried women, they often went their entire lives without ever directly handling coins or bills. This is the money madness, the systematic financial infantilization of half the population. Let me tell you about Isabella Morton, Boston, 1881. Isabella is 28 years old, unmarried, living with her elderly father. Her mother died 5 years ago, and since then, Isabella has been running the household, managing servants, overseeing expenses, maintaining the property. She knows exactly how much everything costs. She tracks every penny in detailed ledgers. She makes all the purchasing decisions, but she never actually touches money. Here's how it works. Isabella tells the housekeeper what needs to be purchased. The housekeeper goes to Isabella's father and requests funds. The father gives the housekeeper money from his wallet. The housekeeper makes the purchases and returns any change to the father, along with receipts. Isabella reviews the receipts and updates her ledgers, but she never sees actual currency. When Isabella needs something personal, new gloves, sheet music, books, she must ask her father for money. At age 28, as an adult woman managing an entire household, she must ask permission and receive an allowance like a child. One day Isabella is out walking with just a maid for company when she passes a bookshop. She sees a volume she wants, a new novel that's just been published. On impulse she goes in to purchase it. The shopkeeper quotes the price. Isabella realizes she has no money with her. She's never carried money. The maid has a small amount for emergencies, but it's not enough for the book. Isabella is mortified. She's a grown woman who can't make a simple purchase because she's not allowed to carry her own money. She leaves the shop empty-handed, feeling humiliated and powerless. That evening she asks her father for money to buy the book. He asks what book, why she wants it, whether it's appropriate reading. She's 28 years old, but she has no financial privacy or independence. Isabella writes in her diary that night, "I manage thousands of dollars in household expenses each year, yet I cannot buy myself a $3 book without permission. I am simultaneously trusted with the family finances and treated as incapable of managing $3 of my own. This is not protection, this is imprisonment." Isabella's situation was typical for unmarried middle and upper-class women. The reasoning behind keeping women away from money had several components, all of them rooted in control rather than protection. First, there was the idea that money was inherently vulgar, and that ladies should be above such crude concerns. An 1855 etiquette manual states, "A true lady has no direct knowledge of monetary matters. Her father, and later her husband, shield her from the coarseness of financial transactions. She need only express her wants, and they are provided for. To handle money directly would lower her to the level of tradespeople." Notice that language, lower her to the level of tradespeople. Money was associated with work, with commerce, with the public sphere. Ladies were supposed to inhabit a refined domestic sphere where money didn't exist. Second, there was the claim that women couldn't be trusted with money because they lacked the judgment to spend wisely. They would be frivolous, extravagant, easily deceived by merchants. An 1867 book on household management warns, women, with their natural inclination toward decoration and luxury, require male oversight in financial matters. Left to their own devices, they will spend imprudently on trinkets and finery. This ignored the reality that women were already managing household budgets, making purchasing decisions, and demonstrating financial competence daily. They just had to do it through intermediaries. Third, and most importantly, financial dependence ensured women's subordination. If you can't access money, you can't leave a bad marriage. You can't support yourself. You can't make independent choices. You're utterly dependent on male relatives for survival. This wasn't accidental, it was the point. The legal framework reinforced women's financial disability. Under the doctrine of coverture, which prevailed in Britain and America through most of the 19th century, a married woman had no legal existence separate from her husband. Any property or money she brought to the marriage became his. Any wages she earned belonged to him. She could not make contracts, could not sue or be sued, could not manage her own finances. An 1848 legal text explains, by marriage, the husband and wife are one person in law. That is, the very being or legal existence of the woman is suspended during the marriage, or at least incorporated into that of the husband. She ceased to exist as a legal entity. Everything she had or earned became his property. This meant that women who inherited money from their fathers would immediately lose control of it upon marriage. Wealthy families tried to protect their daughters through trust funds managed by male trustees, but even this required essentially treating adult women as incompetent to manage their own inheritance. For working-class women who did earn wages, the situation was equally unjust. A woman working in a factory, a shop, or as a domestic servant would receive her wages, but if she was married, her husband was legally entitled to take them. There are heartbreaking accounts of women working long hours, then watching their husbands take their entire pay to spend on drinking or gambling, leaving nothing for household expenses or children's needs. The women had no legal recourse, because the money was legally his. The Married Women's Property Acts, passed gradually in different jurisdictions starting in the 1840s and continuing through the 1880s, began to change this. These laws allowed married women to own property and control their own earnings. The resistance to these acts was fierce. Opponents argued that allowing women financial independence would destroy the family, encourage divorce, and upset the natural order. One member of the British Parliament argued against the 1870 Married Women's Property Act by saying, "If wives control their own money, they will no longer be economically dependent on their husbands, and the bonds of marriage will dissolve. Financial dependence is not oppression. It is the very foundation of marital harmony." He was accidentally admitting that marital harmony required women's financial helplessness. That's not harmony, that's coercion. Even after these laws passed, social norms about women and money remained restrictive. Respectable women were still discouraged from handling currency directly. The practical methods of avoiding money handling were often elaborate. Women would maintain accounts at shops where their husbands or fathers were billed monthly. They would never see cash change hands. Goods were delivered, bills were sent to the male head of household, and payments were made behind the scenes. For larger purchases or investments, women would work through male intermediaries, lawyers, bankers, male relatives, even if the money was legally theirs. There's a documented case from 1885 of a wealthy widow named Eleanor Whitmore, who inherited a substantial fortune from her late husband. The money was legally hers, but when she wanted to invest in railroad stocks, her banker insisted she have a male relative, her adult son, sign off on the transaction. The banker claimed it was for her protection, but it was actually because he didn't believe a woman could make sound investment decisions. Eleanor eventually found a different banker willing to work with her directly, but she had to shop around because most financial institutions simply wouldn't deal with women as independent actors. The association of money with moral uncleanliness was particularly bizarre. Some etiquette guides literally described currency as dirty and unsuitable for ladies' hands. An 1870 manual advises, "Coins pass through many hands and accumulate dirt and moral contamination from various sources. A lady should avoid handling them when possible, and should certainly wash her hands immediately after any unavoidable contact with currency." Moral contamination. As if coins carried sin that would rub off on pure feminine hands. This created absurd situations where women would use handkerchiefs or gloves as barriers when forced to handle money, treating it like a toxic substance. But of course, this squeamishness only applied to certain women, working-class women, servants, shop girls. They handled money constantly because they had to. The moral contamination argument was selectively applied, revealing that it was really about class and control, not actual concern about cleanliness. The prohibition on women handling money extended to charitable work in interesting ways. Upper-class women were encouraged to do charity work. It was considered appropriately feminine to help the poor, but they were supposed to give goods, services, time, not money directly. If a charity needed funds, women would organize fundraising events, solicit donations, and manage the logistics. But the actual money would be handled by a male treasurer. Women could do all the work of fundraising but couldn't be trusted to manage the funds they'd raised. There are records of women's charitable organizations in the 1870s and 1880s that raised thousands of dollars, but had to turn the money over to male board members to actually disperse. The women had proven their competence by raising the funds, but were still considered incompetent to manage them. Some women found creative workarounds. Women who wrote, novelists, journalists, poets, often published under male pseudonyms, partly to be taken seriously, but also to receive payment. Publishers would be more likely to pay a male author directly, rather than insisting on paying through her husband or father. George Eliot, George Sand, and many other female writers used male names partly for this practical financial reason. Women also formed savings clubs among themselves, informal groups where they'd contribute small amounts regularly, creating collective funds they could access for emergencies or opportunities. These were early forms of financial mutual aid that operated outside the formal banking system, that excluded or infantilized women. The fight for women's financial rights was central to the broader women's rights movement. Suffragists understood that without economic independence, political rights were limited. Susan B. Anthony famously said in an 1871 speech, "Woman must have a purse of her own. She must have pecuniary independence. So long as she must ask for money from her husband or father, she cannot be free. Economic dependence is the root of all other dependencies." The turn of the 20th century brought gradual progress. More women entered paid work, more laws recognized women's property rights, more banks and businesses were willing to deal with women as customers. But change was slow and uneven. As late as the 1960s, many American banks wouldn't issue credit cards to unmarried women, or would require married women to have their husband co-sign. The assumption that women couldn't manage money responsibly persisted long after it had any legal basis. Think about what financial restriction meant in practical terms. If you were in an abusive marriage, you often couldn't leave because you had no money and no way to earn it. If your father or husband drank, gambled, or mismanaged finances, you suffered the consequences but had no power to intervene. If you had ideas, ambitions, or needs, you had to plead for the resources to pursue them, rather than simply accessing your own funds. Financial control was perhaps the most effective tool of patriarchal control because it underpinned everything else. You can't escape other restrictions if you don't have the economic means to do so. And the cruelest irony? Many Victorian women were brilliant financial managers. They managed complex household budgets, made savvy purchasing decisions, and demonstrated sophisticated economic judgment. They just had to do it through proxies, without recognition, without independence. Women like Isabella Morton, who managed thousands of dollars in household expenses, but couldn't buy themselves a $3 book. That's not protection. That's deliberate disempowerment. Tonight, if you have your own bank account, your own credit card, your own money that you can spend without asking permission, recognize that as a hard-won freedom. Women fought for decades for the right to economic independence. They went to prison for it. They risked social ostracism for it, because they understood that without financial freedom, no other freedom is secure. Now we've journeyed through 13 different ways Victorian society restricted, controlled, and oppressed women, from their ankles to their voices, from their breathing to their bank accounts. But there's one final rule we need to explore, one that brings together all these themes of control, pressure, and the crushing weight of expectations. Because the ultimate etiquette rule for Victorian women was this: you had exactly one social season to find a husband, and if you failed, you were labeled a spinster and considered socially dead. The marriage market wasn't just pressure, it was a gauntlet that determined your entire future in the space of a few months. Stay with me for this final part, because the story of the marriage season reveals what all these other rules were ultimately designed to do: force women into marriages as their only acceptable life path. Everything we've discussed tonight, the ankle covering, the voice silencing, the corset crushing, the laughter suppressing, the glove obsessing, the chaperoning, the calling cards, the furniture modesty, the letter restrictions, the invisible labor, the bathing dangers, the reading bans, the sneeze control, the money withholding, all of it had one ultimate purpose: to prepare women for marriage, to make them desirable commodities in the marriage market, and to ensure they understood that marriage wasn't just their best option, it was their only option. Welcome to the debutante season, where young women had approximately 6 months to secure a husband, or face the prospect of becoming what society cruelly called a spinster, a woman past her prime, a failure, someone to be pitied and mocked. This wasn't gentle social pressure. This was a high-stakes gauntlet where your entire future, your financial security, your social standing, your family's reputation, your very worth as a person, all hung in the balance. Let me introduce you to the world of Evelyn Hartley, New York City, 1888. Evelyn is 17 years old, and this is her debut season. After years of preparation, finishing school, etiquette training, music and art lessons, learning all the rules we've discussed tonight, she's finally being presented to society. The season runs from late autumn through early spring. During these months, Evelyn will attend dozens of balls, dinners, and social events. Her family has spent thousands of dollars on her wardrobe, multiple ball gowns, day dresses, accessories, all to make her appear wealthy and desirable. Her mother has compiled a list of eligible bachelors, men from good families with adequate income. These are Evelyn's targets. She needs to attract their attention, demonstrate her accomplishments, piano playing, conversation, dancing, prove her suitability as a wife, and ideally receive a proposal before the season ends. The pressure is enormous. Evelyn's family has two other daughters who will need their own debut seasons. If Evelyn succeeds in marrying well, it helps her sister's prospects. If she fails, it damages them. Every event is a performance. Evelyn must be charming but not forward, beautiful but not vain, accomplished but not competitive with men, intelligent but not intellectual, present but not attention-seeking. She must navigate all the etiquette rules we've discussed while also appearing effortlessly natural and appealing. By February, several of Evelyn's friends from finishing school have received proposals. They're celebrating, planning weddings. Evelyn has had pleasant conversations with several men, but no one has asked her father for permission to court her seriously. March arrives. The season is winding down. Evelyn's mother is growing anxious, making pointed comments about how Evelyn should smile more, talk less about books, not express opinions so readily. The message is clear: you're running out of time, and you're doing something wrong. April comes, and the season officially ends. Evelyn has not received a proposal. She's not devastated. She's only 17 after all. She can try again next year. But the label has already begun to attach itself. She's had one season and failed to secure a husband. She's been out for months and remains unmarried. If she goes through a second season without success, the whispers will grow louder. By a third season, she'll be considered undesirable, and men will wonder what's wrong with her that no one has wanted to marry her. The economics of the marriage market were brutal and explicit. Young women were literally referred to as being on the market. Their value was assessed like property or livestock. A woman's worth in the marriage market was calculated based on several factors: her family's social standing, her dowry or expected inheritance, her appearance, her accomplishments, her age, and crucially, her reputation, which meant her perfect adherence to all those etiquette rules we've spent tonight discussing. An 1875 magazine article about the New York social season actually includes this chilling passage. The annual marriage market opens with much anticipation. This season's crop of young ladies appears promising, with several possessing both beauty and fortune. Wise young men will act quickly to secure the most valuable specimens before they are claimed. Specimens. Human beings reduced to specimens to be claimed. The age pressure was particularly cruel. The ideal marriage age for upper-class women was considered to be between 17 and 22. After 23, you were getting old. After 25, you were dangerously close to spinster territory. After 30, you were essentially considered unmarriageable, except in unusual circumstances. An etiquette book from 1882 states bluntly, "A lady who remains unmarried past her 25th year must accept that her marital prospects diminish with each passing season. She should moderate her expectations and consider men she might have rejected in her youth." In other words, once you're old, at 25, you should be grateful for whatever you can get. The spinster label was devastating because it wasn't just about marital status. It was about social worth. Unmarried women were seen as failures, as pitiable creatures who hadn't fulfilled their primary purpose. There's a heartbreaking diary entry from 1879 by a woman named Caroline Whitfield, who was 32 and unmarried. She wrote, "I am introduced at gatherings as poor Miss Whitfield the spinster. I manage my late father's estate quite competently. I read extensively. I contribute to charitable causes. I have friendships and interests. But society sees only my unmarried state and judges me a failure. I'm financially independent, intellectually engaged, and personally content. Yet I am pitied as if I were diseased. The pressure to marry created desperation that led women into unsuitable, sometimes dangerous marriages. If your options were marry anyone or face social death, many women chose poorly out of panic. There are documented cases of women marrying men they barely knew, men who were alcoholics or gamblers, men who were cruel or controlling, simply because a proposal came and the alternative, remaining unmarried, seemed worse. One woman, writing anonymously in an 1885 women's magazine, described her experience. I married at age 23 to avoid the spinster label. I barely knew my husband. Within a year, I understood I had traded temporary social anxiety for a lifetime of misery. But divorce was impossible, separation was scandalous, and I was legally and financially bound to a man I neither loved nor respected. I warn young women, the fear of being unmarried is nothing compared to the reality of being miserably married. For women who did remain unmarried, their options were extremely limited. If they came from wealthy families, they might live with relatives, existing in a dependent, subordinate position in someone else's household. They could do charitable work, but as we discussed, without control over money or real authority. Some unmarried women became governesses or teachers, one of the few respectable professions open to educated women. That these positions were poorly paid and socially ambiguous. Governesses existed between classes, too educated to be servants, but employees rather than family members. Charlotte Bronte wrote about this painful liminal position in Jane Eyre. The governess who is neither servant nor equal, who must navigate complex social hierarchies while maintaining dignity despite low status. Working-class unmarried women faced different challenges. They typically worked for wages, in factories, as servants, in shops. They had more economic independence than wealthy unmarried women in some ways, but they also faced exploitation, low wages, and harsh working conditions. The marriage market also had a racial and class dimension that's important to acknowledge. The rigid debutante season we're describing was primarily a white upper-class phenomenon. Working-class women, immigrant women, and women of color navigated different marital markets with different pressures and different opportunities. But across classes and races, the fundamental pressure existed. Women were defined primarily by their relationship to marriage, and their worth was judged accordingly. Some women rejected the marriage market entirely. They chose to remain single, to pursue education or careers, to live independently or in communities with other women. These women faced social ostracism and financial challenges, but they also found freedom and fulfillment outside the narrow path society prescribed. The Boston marriages of the late 19th century, where two women lived together in committed partnerships, were one such alternative. Some of these were romantic relationships, others were deep friendships and economic partnerships. They offered women companionship and support outside traditional marriage. Women's colleges that emerged in the late 19th century created communities where unmarried women could live as scholars and educators, building lives centered on intellectual pursuit rather than marriage and domesticity. The fight for women's education and professional opportunities was partly about creating alternatives to the marriage or nothing dichotomy. If women could support themselves financially, if they could have meaningful careers, they didn't need to marry for survival. This terrified traditionalists who recognized that economic independence would fundamentally change the marriage market. If women could choose whether to marry based on love and compatibility, rather than economic necessity, the whole system of patriarchal control would be threatened. A conservative writer in 1892 explicitly warned, "The education of women in professions and the granting of economic independence will destroy the institution of marriage. If women can support themselves, they will have no need of husbands, and will choose spinsterhood over the duties of wifehood." This represents an existential threat to family and society. He was right that it would change marriage, but wrong that this was bad. When marriage becomes a choice rather than an economic necessity, the marriages that do occur can be based on genuine partnership rather than female dependence. The early 20th century began to shift attitudes. The new woman of the 1890s and 1900s embraced education, delayed marriage, and pursued careers. The suffragist movement fought not just for voting rights, but for economic and social changes that would give women real choices. World War I, as with so many changes we've discussed tonight, accelerated this shift. With millions of men at war, women took on work and responsibilities that demonstrated their capabilities. The idea that unmarried women were useless spinsters became untenable when those same spinsters were driving ambulances, managing factories, and keeping society functioning. By the 1920s, the rigid debutante season and the desperate marriage market pressure had begun to ease. Women could marry later, could pursue careers first, could even choose not to marry without being completely socially ostracized. But we should remember what the marriage market cost during all those decades when it was the only acceptable path for women. How many loveless marriages? How many women trapped with unsuitable partners? How many brilliant minds confined to domestic drudgery because there were no alternatives? And how many women who might have flourished as scholars, artists, scientists, or in any number of other roles were instead pushed into marriages they didn't want simply because society offered no other option? So here we are at the end of our journey through Victorian etiquette rules and the absurd, oppressive, and sometimes deadly restrictions placed on women's lives. We've covered 15 different aspects of Victorian women's experience. From their covered ankles to their silenced voices, from their crushed torsos to their suppressed laughter, from their monitored gloves to their constant surveillance, from their social calling card performances to their forbidden books, from their controlled bodily functions to their withheld money, and finally, to the marriage market that all these rules were ultimately designed to serve. What connects all these rules? Control. The systematic control of women's bodies, women's movements, women's minds, women's emotions, women's relationships, women's finances, and women's life choices. These weren't just silly old-fashioned customs. They was tools of oppression, methods of maintaining patriarchal power, ways of keeping half the population subordinate and dependent. But here's what's equally important to remember. Women resisted. At every point, in every way they could, women pushed back. They created secret libraries and reading circles. They formed financial mutual aid networks. They found sympathetic chaperones and used code words with booksellers. They advocated for dress reform and practical clothing. They fought for property rights and educational access. They built alternative communities and chose unconventional paths despite the social costs. And eventually they won. Not completely. We still live with echoes of these old restrictions, but the explicit rules we've discussed tonight are gone. Women can show their ankles, speak their minds, breathe deeply, laugh fully, write letters freely, manage their own money, read what they choose, and decide for themselves whether, when, and whom to marry. These freedoms didn't just happen. They were fought for by brave women and supportive men who recognized injustice and worked to change it, often at great personal cost. So tonight, as we finish this long journey together, I hope you'll take a moment to appreciate the freedoms you have. The simple ability to move through the world without constant anxiety about etiquette violations. The right to express yourself, to learn, to work, to make your own choices. And if you notice echoes of these old restrictions in modern life, the ways women's appearance is still policed, the ways women's voices are still diminished, the ways women's bodies are still controlled, the ways women's choices are still constrained, recognize them for what they are. They're not natural or inevitable. They're remnants of systems of oppression that women have been fighting against for generations. The fight isn't over, but knowing the history helps us understand what we're fighting for and why it matters. Thank you for spending these hours with me tonight, exploring this fascinating and often infuriating history. I hope these stories have given you something to think about, made you grateful for progress achieved, and perhaps inspired you to question restrictions that still exist today. If you enjoyed this journey through history's absurd etiquette rules, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment below telling me which rule shocked you the most. Or share a story about etiquette rules you've encountered in your own life or family history. And stay tuned, because there are so many more stories to explore. Other eras, other cultures, other fascinating glimpses into how people lived and what they fought against. History is full of lessons for us if we're willing to listen. Until next time, sleep well, and remember, the freedoms you enjoy tonight were someone else's dreams and battles. Honor them by using those freedoms fully and fighting to extend them to everyone who still lacks them. Good night, and I'll see you in the next story.